would request Dr. Gad to give us a word of prayer.
Shall we humble ourselves in reverence to God? Almighty God, you knew us before we were born. You know our insides, our outsides, our goings, our comings, and now we are here before you. Please, God, open our minds, that the minds will do that which is pleasing to you. And please, God, keep the light to our feet. Amen.
Let's take our seats, please. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika-Chiwika, our guests from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, our guests from the University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria, our distinguished faculty, students, I welcome you all to the first training of our toxicology risk assessment training. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an African culture to always welcome people with food, and the weather has suggested so. I'd like to invite you for a break. We pick our tea and then come back and start the event. It's my humble request. I've seen the smiles and that's a yes. Let's go for a healthy break. Let's go for a healthy break and we'll be back. Thank you. For housekeeping, let's get out at the reception desk and then move to the room where the breakfast is served. If you don't want to stand up, we shall eat food in alphabetical order. Angela will go first, so I'll move.
This next smooth cut is dedicated to all the lovers of
in West Africa deals with public health and toxicology. They are going to deal with the principles of toxicology, identify the hazards of, in case of the toxicology challenges, dosage risks and exposure assessment, and more. With us today, Madam Vice-Chancellor, may the Holy Spirit guide me as I read these names because they're not exactly easy. They are all the way from West Africa. And when I read their names, you say Igwe, Professor Duprim, Ogaji. Thank you. The Igwe should be harder. We have Professor Orish Ebele. Igwe, we welcome you. We do have Professor Peter. Hey, I beg. Professor Patrick Keichi. Did I say it right? Hey, I said it. Okay, Professor Patrick. Please, the Igwe should be harder. Igwe, okay. We have Professor Antonio Antoinette, yes. Antoinette Ezojofo. Our Vice-Chancellor is called Professor Pauline Biachika. Okay. We do have a representative from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and this is Brenda Nakaziwe, the team lead of pathogenic economy at the ministry. Abaye. Okay, we also have with us the president of Uganda Pharmacology Society of Uganda. He is represented by Dr. Samuel Obakiro. We do have our universities here present. Makerere University. Makerere University, Professor Biachika is representing them. Lira University, Gulu University, KIU, Kabale University, Finns Medical University, BSU, and African CDC. Madam Vice Chancellor, it's my honor to let you know that for the 10 days, we are going to have all these people train in all this. Toxicology, like the word goes, is not to be taken for granted. I welcome our hosts, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and the team leads of this event were Dr. Joseph Ororo and the Farm Biotrack team. Please stand up for recognition. When things go well, these are the people to celebrate. When they go bad, please, you can feel fine and stone them, not hard. We do have with us the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, Professor Nixon Kamukama. We have Dr. Peter Kungu in charge of diagnostics at the pathogenic economy, still at the Ministry of CITT. Yes, at this moment, allow me to welcome Dr. Joseph Ororo to give us a preamble of this event, as well as welcome our guests. Joseph, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Angela. Our guests of honor, Madam Brenda Nakaziwe, representing the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Nixon Kamukama, our guests from the University of Port Harcourt. The name has already been said, I'm not going to repeat it. I also want to welcome amidst us Dr. Peter from STI. Many do not know him, but there's a lot that he has. Our invited guests from the various universities and centers represented here, students who are here, team from Farm Biotrack who have organized these events, and those who have made it easier for us to be able to sit here. Many times we don't thank them, but they make the place look the way it is. They make it possible for us to go and have something so that we continue to enjoy our day. Professor Pauline, I want to bring to your attention that the event that has brought us here today was not initiated by myself. This was an initiative by Farm Biotrack team as the African Center of Excellence in Farm Biotechnology and Traditional Medicine at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and the African Center of Excellence in Public Health and Toxicology from the University of Port Harcourt. The teams met somewhere where I wasn't in. And while they were there, they were talking about toxicology. And while they were talking about toxicology, they talked about me. And I got to know about it later on. So when I was tasked with the responsibility of carrying the luggage that was brought from the meeting, I accepted it and I said, let's see what we can be able to do. Along the way, there are many events that happened. And Professor Nixon Kamukama, in your absence, because this activity falls under his office, has been doing all the works in the background to make sure that today's event and this week's event is possible. Thank you very much, Professor Kamkama. Along the way, we had difficulties for our guest coming. Somewhere we couldn't get approvals for to come to Uganda. Madame Ninye, as people know, she's not here today. Our international relations officer, she loves that name. She worked so hard behind the scene to make sure that she coordinates with the migration department. I have no idea who is there, but she knows them all. And made sure that towards the last day, we were able to get approvals for our most important guest, the person who initiated all this event, to be able to get his approval, Professor Oris. I really want to thank her, although she's not here. So, ladies and gentlemen, the training that is going to take place this week is in toxicological risk assessment. We use a lot of products. Some of them we don't know where they come from. Some of them we are beginning to develop them on our own. And that's why you see Brenda from the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation here. They are very much interested to see that Uganda as a country is able to produce products. But these products, when they are produced, they must be safe. Now, who are those to make sure that the products that we produce are safe for our people to consume? We come from different universities. Ask yourself, as a professional in the university where you're coming from, what is your role? Sometimes we don't understand this. Our role is to make sure that as professionals, we are able to help our country to be better in so many ways. One of those is to ensure that the products that our people use, including us, are safe. And after this training, our expectation is that things are going to grow. As it's going to be mentioned by the team here, the intention is that at the end of this, we should be able to have the East African Society of Toxicology established. There are many societies of toxicologists that exist. The South African group have their own. The West African group have the WASOT. There is the Society of Toxicology world over, to which I also subscribe. But I pay my dollars, and my dollars goes to America. Yes, because I want to belong. Can we have where I can pay my dollar, and my dollar remains here, and we use it for our own benefit? All of us know what is happening now. What is Trump saying? They have no obligation to take care of your needs, but to take care of the needs of their people. What are you doing to take care of the needs of your people? The issue of dependence, maybe the psychiatrists would call it dependency syndrome, is affecting us. When are we going to wean ourselves from this? So to all of us who are here today, after this training, our expectation is that we must go back to where we are coming from, try to make sure that as universities we function to what the country expects of us. If we are producing products, let's make sure that those products are safe. Because no one person can be able to do that. We are trying to do something little at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. There's a lot of work that is going on at Makerere University. There's a lot of work that is going on at Busitema University. Dr. Samuel Obakiro here, representing the President, Uganda Pharmacological Society. We'll take it back, and Uganda Pharmacological Society have to discuss this and ask themselves, what are we doing to make sure that safety of products is guaranteed in this country? But that can only be done if at your own university, you're able to do this. Now, we do not have so many people at the different universities. That means after you've left here, you should be able to find a way of creating others. And allow me to say this, we are all Africans, isn't it? In Africa, when you marry and you don't produce, what does that mean? We expect you to be productive, isn't it? So can we be able to see a multiplier effect of yourself, can you multiply yourself many more times after here? Because we need many people who can be able to assess safety of products. Professor, we have professionals from different backgrounds. We have healthcare workers, we have scientists, we have policy makers from the district. We have people from the computing unit. Someone may ask, why are people of computing unit here? These days, we are talking about what we call in silico testing. Before I get a product to test on a rat, if I have a serious research ethics committee, they would be able to ask me, have you been able to test it using the computer system to know how safe it is, how possibly expected to work? So that when I go to test it, I am able to use few animals. Because the animal rights activists are also saying we need to ban animal research by 2030. Now in Africa, we have nowhere we are going to go because the use of microphysiological systems, that is testing using cells, has become very expensive and we don't have it. I was sharing with Dr. Samuel Obakiro when I wanted to buy organisms for testing mutagenicity. I asked for it from Europe and I was told we don't sell those things to Africa, not alone East Africa. And I failed. And that was during the lockdown. I asked for it from South Africa. The person who was supposed to give me told me that my lab ran down and all my organisms died. So I don't have anything to share with you. Until when I got a friend through the Society of Toxicology who was able to link me to a group in Canada, and I was able to buy that for $2,500. I have been telling some, I said, I have the organisms in our lab. I will only be able to share with those who can be able to keep it. We have a lot of responsibilities. After living here, let's make it a point that as professionals, we'll go and work for our country to make sure that we are able to ensure the safety of products that are being consumed by our people, including ourselves. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Joseph. Another round of applause for Joseph. He's been driving, he's the chauffeur, he's the organizer, he's the chef, he's everything. Thank you so much for your dedication. Thank you for the commitment. We've heard from the Ugandan side. Allow me to welcome the team lead from the other side of our partners, Professor Duprem, to come and give us a short experience, not a presentation, but just to give us how it was to organize and come here and why come here. Thank you. And if the Vice Chancellor appreciates, she'll give you a Ugandan name. And it comes with a cow, because you're in the land of milk and honey. Yeah. And we shall stop mispronouncing your name. Ogaji? Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much, the Vice Chancellor, most very distinguished members of the high table and participants at this conference. She specifically mentioned not a presentation, correct? All right. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here and to be with my team on this mission. This is the third mission within Africa, we're embarking upon. And that is because of our unique positioning in the African continent with respect to the training of toxicologists. So in this meeting, like previous meetings, we are here to ensure that we engage, build collaboration, build capacity, and also provide, opportunities for upcoming toxicologists, to achieve their dream, in the area of toxicology. We're very glad to be here. It was a strenuous journey, I must confess, because we had two options, I was told, either come into Entebbe directly or go to Kigali, and then pass through the eye of the needle through the border. And we chose, no, let's come into this thing and take almost a 6 hours journey. So, but it's quite a pleasant experience for us. And we believe that for The whole of this week, we'll be talking about toxicology, talking about food safety, and anything you want to know. We've got global scholar in that area. We've got the president of the West African Society for Toxicology. I believe we have the resources we have to deliver justice to this. And I want to encourage everyone participate in this program, to fully participate. My job is just to watch that you are fully participating so that we know who to send the certificate of participation. Welcome to this program, and we believe you enjoy every bit of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's people who do great that are remembered, and people would wonder where you're from. So this gentleman discovered wonderful medicines, and they kept saying, because it was herbal medicine and everything, so they kept saying, which doctor did this? And most of you misunderstand it and say, which doctors? So it's which doctor? So we keep wondering. So when we see our traditional herbalists in Uganda, led by Anki over there, Anki? Yes, they do herbal medicines. And these medicines need to be standardized to meet the international market. Why should our medicines come from all the way? Ladies and gentlemen, talking about toxicology needs everyone to understand it. Even drug abuse, all that is our problem. At this moment, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor to welcome our guests, as well as invite our guest of honor to speak to us. And then we shall have a group photo thereafter.
Thank you, Angela. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, our guests. My role is very simple this morning. Yes, it is very simple to welcome our guests all the way from West Africa, specifically from Nigeria. You're welcome to Uganda. Thank you for putting Uganda at heart. Thank you for accepting our invitation to come, and thank you for coming. We thank God who gave you travel journey mercies to come here safe, and we hope that you're going to enjoy your stay here. Take some time to look around Uganda, enjoy the beauty of Uganda and the hospitality of the people, and when you go back, we hope that you'll travel back safe. We want to thank you for bringing this training to Uganda and for choosing Uganda. So, on behalf of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, I welcome you all to the training this morning. I hope you're all well and ready to receive training on toxicology. Our chief guest, Ms. Brenda Nakazibwe, who is representing the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. We welcome you to Mbarara University. Thank you for accepting to come. I know you're very busy. I've been with you in meetings, and I know you're very busy with the pathogen economy. I want to sincerely thank you for sparing your time to come to MUST, to open our training, but also learn what we are doing here. I want to thank Peter for coming along with you. I know both of you are very busy, but coming to understand what we do is a plus for us, because we know it will come with benefits from Mbarara University. Thank you very much. So, the University of Port Harcourt, and specifically the African Center of Excellence in Public Health and Toxicology, we thank you for identifying MUST as a center of excellence and as a center that you can work with to spearhead this in Africa. Led by Professor Ogaji, I'll try and pronounce the names, Professor Orish, Professor Antoinette, and Professor Patrick. I'm specifically avoiding the second names because I know I will not pronounce them well. Yes, thank you for coming. And I want to thank the African Center of Excellence in Pharmacology and Traditional Medicine here, the PharmBioTrack team. Thank you very much for the work you're doing. I'll tell you a little bit. In the room, we have members from different institutions. We have Makerere University, although Angela said I'm representing Makerere. Yes, I have a leg in Makerere still, so yes, I represent from the traditional medicine side. I am a PI, co-PI on a large clinical trials of natural therapeutics that is based in Makerere University. And I guess that's why Angela said I'm representing Makerere University. This is a large clinical trial that is looking to sensitize innovators to bring their products to be tested formally in clinical trial pathways through the different stages of clinical trials. In the room, we have members from Busitema University. I see Dr. Bakiro here. Are you alone or with other members? Yes, thank you for coming from Busitema. We work very, very closely with Busitema University. From the CONAT group, the Clinical Trials of Natural Therapeutics, we have tested one of their products in a large clinical trial, and we shall be releasing those results very, very soon. Please look forward, and when we invite you to that meeting, please come and listen. Madam Chief Guest, in the room we have members from Bishop Stewart University. Where are they? Please stand up if you're here. Yes, thank you for coming. We also have members from Kabale University. I already spoke to one of them. Yes, two of them. You're welcome here, Rita, and I didn't get your name, but I'm sure I'll get it in the course of the day. Do we have any members from Kampala International University? Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for coming. Any members from Gulu University? Yes, you're welcome, David. David Musoke, thank you for coming. I know David from way back in Makerere. He used to work in Makerere with me. Thank you, David, for coming. Any other members from any other institutions? So you can see, our chief guest, that this training has brought members from the different academic institutions in the country. And also, this is an indication that Mbarara University is leading in form of the medicines and therapeutics. Just a little bit about what we are doing here. As you all know, and I'm sure you have all been reading the news, that there is a freeze on funding from the US government. I hope you have all read. That is a wake-up call for all of us. It is a wake-up call for all of us to ask ourselves, what can we do with our limited resources? Supposing this 90-day freeze continued for a year and several years, what would we do? We have to wake up. And we as scientists can only wake up through research and innovation. And Madam Brenda, that is what we are doing here at MUST. We woke up a long time ago. Our research and innovation has already taken effect. And as we speak, there are several publications, several prototypes, several products that have come through Mbarara University. One of them is the one that is recognized globally for now, that is Covidex. It has come from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We have several others that I may not mention today, but for purposes of this wake-up call, I'd like to say that Mbarara University is already leading in this area. We have a lot of research and innovation going on. We have a Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer that really incubates many of these innovations and takes them through with assistance to even acquire intellectual property rights and patents, and takes them through to the stage of commercialization. We have recently launched the MUST Holdings company here, and this MUST Holdings also has support from the World Intellectual Property Organization. We also have the Technology Support Center. What is that other center, DVC, called? It is still supporting innovators through to be able to access these intellectual property rights and the patents. We also have the CAMTech. That is a consortium for medical technologies. And through CAMTech, we've had very many innovations come through, and they're all medical devices. PharmBioTrack is leading on the medical therapeutics and medicines. CAMTech has led on medical devices. So Mbarara University is leading in this aspect. So the wake-up call for us is to increase these efforts. The government of Uganda is giving us some funding for research and innovation. And we want to thank the President and the government of Uganda for this funding that we are receiving. However, Chief Guest, We know that Makerere University is receiving to the tune of 30 billion per year for research and innovation. Kabale and Busitema, I'll not mention how much you're receiving, but Mbarara University is receiving less than $1 billion. Less than $1 billion. In fact, for this financial year, I think we received 800 million, about there. And for the next financial year, it has even been cut to about 700 million. Our chief guest, the budget is not yet approved. We are still in the budgeting cycle process. We request that you speak for us. You speak for Mbarara University so that the government of Uganda can increase the funding for research and innovation for Mbarara University of Science and Technology. After all, you see the justification. We have a lot of products coming out of Mbarara. We have a lot of research ongoing at Mbarara University. And we are leading in the area of therapeutics, natural therapeutics. We have also come up with a concept that we are excited to present to you this afternoon. And I'm very, very grateful that you accepted to listen to us. The meeting is at 2 p.m. This concept is putting together researchers from the different aspects of the drug development pathway. As you know, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Honorable Musenero, has really talked about and against working in silos. And we at Mbarara University do not want to work in silos. So we have developed this research and funding proposal where we are gathering everybody from the early stages of identification of products through the toxicology cycle, through the in vitro testing, through the animal studies, through the early phase animal studies, early phase clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, up to phase 4. We have a very well-developed concept, and we are glad that we'll be presenting this to you this afternoon. We are bringing the microbiologists, with the pharmacologists, with the pharmaceutical analysts, the pharmaceutical scientists, with the clinicians, the pathologists, all together in one concept, so that we work as a team and see that we go through all the phases of drug development. Better still, we have added our Institute of Tropical Forest Conservation, because we know that we are getting these products from natural products, but we don't see the effort to conserve those plant species that can be used for medicinal purposes. So in that concept, we also have an objective to identify and conserve these medicinal plant species. And after taking through the stages, we also have the intention to go through commercialization, upscaling and commercialization, so that we directly contribute to the pathogen economy. So our chief guest, I'm really excited that you're here this morning, and we look forward to the training today on toxicology. Toxicology is very early on in the process of drug development. It's very, very important. As you know, through the CONAT program, it is one of those aspects that we've been grappling with, and this training really provides an answer to that problem. I look forward, and I was telling Dr. Oloro, that I look forward to the practical aspects of this training. Our chief guest, we already have some good laboratory capacity, but with your support, we are looking forward to strengthening this laboratory capacity. And Dr. Loro, I look forward to us going to the lab to see that we get the practical hands-on training in the lab and that we strengthen these toxicology studies in the lab. With those few words, I want to once again thank our chief guest for coming and thank our guests from Nigeria for coming. This is the beginning of a long-term collaboration, and we look forward to working with you in all aspects as we build our academic institutions into centers of excellence. Thank you very much. Okay, I now take the honor to invite our chief guest, Ms. Brenda Nakazibwe, who is representing the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, to come and speak to us and also to officially open our training. You're welcome, Brenda.
Thank you very, very much, Vice Chancellor. I'm very, very glad to be here. Okay, it's here. Maybe I share this. Okay, thank you very, very much. Yes, the Vice Chancellor, the DVC, our guests, distinguished guests from University of Port Harcourt, heads of department here, great scientists, gallant daughters and sons of our great motherland, Uganda, the media, the organizers, a very good afternoon. And Happy New Year. Yes. Okay, I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much. I'll continue standing on the protocol that has already been established. I know I could have failed out on some, but I'm glad, very glad to be here. I bring greetings from the Honorable Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero Masanza. Let's receive her greetings, please. Yeah, shortly before we reached Mbarara city, she actually called and she greeted us, and I have a special message for her, from her to all of us in this place. And most of what I'll be talking about really will be just an elaboration of the summary she's given me to deliver to us today. So my name, once again, is Brenda Nakazibwe, the team lead, the pathogen economy. Looking at what we are tackling in these next 10 days, we are looking at toxicology, and at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, this will fit everywhere, but as I looked at the different topics, the different sessions you have for the different days, most of this feeds into the department, but we call them bureaus, that I lead, which is the pathogen economy. And as the team settles the IT, I will start right away. So I will be intermarrying the two for us to see how they relate. But the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, which I think is the only secretariat headed by a minister in the Republic of Uganda, comprises 10 departments, or we call them bureaus. They are quite a number, but today I talk about the pathogen economy. But the other bureaus are aeronautics and space science, mobility, where you have solutions that ease movement, but also that relate to green energy, we get into what we call infrastructure innovations. Just on your way, for the people that will be working with our guests, maybe getting back with them to Kampala as they go to the airport. Yes, on your way here, just where is Edik? Which place is that? Is that Sanga? Yes, we have set up a big and huge innovation center, but for infrastructure. It hinges a lot on, sorry about this, manage sharing. Okay, with who? We really apologize about this. We tried troubleshooting much earlier, and I believe now we shall be able to. So I chose to deliver a presentation, not just a speech, because I wanted us to relate with what we are already doing in Uganda, but also on the continent, because we've had a number of collaborations, and I know by the end of our day today, we shall have a stronger collaboration with Nigeria. But just to mention, our minister was recently in Nigeria, and she was being honored for upholding innovation in green energy. And she was receiving this award on behalf of Africa. So it was such an honor, and that's the part of the work we are doing. Okay, thank you. And Vice Chancellor, I kindly request, because you are not able to see the screen. Is it okay to shift? Sorry. Okay, and now I'll rush through very, very fast. So from the topic that was given to us, and thank you so much, my colleague, Dr. Kungu, and the IT team here. Thank you so much for troubleshooting. So what are we looking at? You'll find that I will really be referring to the pathogen economy, and I've given us the reason. So, the regulatory ecosystem for risk assessment. Can we work toward compliance while supporting innovation and ecosystem development? That's what I've chosen to title this presentation. Okay, so a background to regulation. So, where do we stand? Most of our regulation is often rigid, focusing solely on compliance without actually necessarily considering the outcome. Maybe the most clear outcome is safety, but along the way, are we actually as Africa able to have context-specific regulation? Not that it should flaunt what we found there, what was set by our colonial masters, but to be able to work within the system. And lest I forget, very recently, we are setting up the first vaccine manufacturing GMP, good manufacturing practice plant, end to end for vaccines. And we called the regulator, the National Drug Authority, and we said, let's sit down and talk through this thing. So, we have all these things to follow. And yes, that is regulation. But from where we stand, without flaunting regulation, how do you advise? We've done this, we've done the other, you've told us when you finish this, we go here, and we've moved the journey with you. But it's coming to 3 years. You tell us what to do, we do it, then you say we demolish. Then again, and again, and again. So we sat and walked through and said, we are able to actually work even with the facility the way it stands. And I want to tell you soon, we shall be launching it and having our vaccine getting into clinical trials for the animals, animal field trials. So many times we go alone without the regulator, or the regulator is following everything to the letter. Not that it's bad, but are there certain flexibilities that actually could fit the African context? And we shall be seeing more of that. So, for example, the African Medicines Agency encourages flexibility while ensuring drug safety. In 2022, we're with Dr. Anke here and Dr. Bakiro right there. The WHO arm that was working on therapeutics from natural products came to Uganda. But before they came, through our WHO office, they wrote us a whole list of things they were coming to regulate and see what we're doing. And the Honorable Minister said, wait a bit. Let's first review this. So we reviewed it. And they were coming as big brothers. Uganda, you don't know what you're doing, and we are coming to show you how to do it. Said, wait a bit. We've moved a journey and a distance. We've set systems in place. We are going to extend the dates, and we are going to revise the rules of engagement. So what did we do? One, you're coming to see what we've done. You're coming to learn from us. We are coming to put heads together. Not things put in print, and then we just have to follow, even without looking at the context. I want to tell you, when they came, they were dumbfounded. It was beautiful, the work we had done in 2 years, setting up even a clinical trials platform, and we've registered it, that we did not have as a country. And I'm glad our Vice Chancellor here was there right from day zero. Imagine a medical doctor now getting this side, and she knows the conversations and how they were. You want them to revoke our certificates? You want us to get into these things? But we talked through those 6 a.m.s, the 5 a.m.s, and I want to tell you, from about 2021, we've had meetings every Wednesday, 7 to 8:30, to ensure this platform works well. But what had the big brother come to do? He had come to, this one is wrong, this one is not good, this one is not good. But it is Africa, and we are able to work without flaunting. Safety is very important. So, I'm looking at the situation analysis, then we can, as I relate with the topic that was given us. So, implement regulatory sandboxes. What is a sandbox? A sandbox is a place where a sandbox, as you hear it, you go there and tinker with things and work out, and so that at the end of the day, you are able to have that final product. Sometimes regulations don't give you that opportunity to work with things, work behind the box, the scenes, fail, work through. But if governments and regulatory bodies are able to establish this for our very nascent biotechnology industry in Africa, we shall be able to go so far. And you and I know from the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, we've actually allowed for this. No implementing partner is going to give you money to put a product out there. But your government should know that we should be able to invest so much into these sandboxes, into our laboratories, so that at the end of the day, we are able to have some products sprout. We've had engagements with collaborators who would have been collaborators, but they've all run away because we've been talking product development. But rather, what do they fund? They fund the clinical trial sites. We give the samples, we give the data, and we are the site. We give the participants. At the end of the day, what is in for us? But our governments are now rising to support these sandboxes, to support the R&D, of course under regulation, so that we are able to move. Thank you for that. Please. So I run through, harmonize regulations regionally. In March last year, I attended an East African Science and Technology ISTECO Commission's Science and Technology Symposium. And we're looking at doing things in consortia. And the East African communities, 8 countries, came together to actually work on policies, IP policies, science, technology, and innovation policies, so that we are able to speak the same language. We can do cross-border science innovations, and that is one of the things. Otherwise, Kenya will be saying this, Uganda will be saying this, Rwanda will say this, Nigeria will say this. But if we come together in consortia, we are actually able to break the barriers of regulation. Invest in capacity building for regulators. Dr. Kungo, kindly remind me, at what level is our regulator, National Drug Authority? Level 1? Level 1, maturity level 1 for vaccines. Yes. Maturity level 2 for diagnostics. But the one that I think 3. For international trade is maturity level 3. Exactly. So, that is the National Drug Authority, and we are at those different maturity levels. What does it mean? That is, they are the regulator. And here we are working on vaccines, on diagnostics. When will they ever see the light of day? But rather, be at the mercy of the colonialist, of the powers, you know. But if we walk with them and build capacity, we are able to wade through the tight waters of regulation. And I want to announce that's what Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat has decided to do. Incentivize compliance and innovation. I want to talk about fast-tracking approvals. We've had work ongoing, and for our very first clinical trial, of therapeutics, I keep adding, of natural products, we thought about joint review, where you don't go to one ethical approval, the next, the other. By the time the scientist is, even the time for the grant is done, even the time for executing is done. But that's what we've decided to do, and we are moving. But of course, there are other things also, like notification, and I'm glad that at the stroke of an email, we are actually able to have some of these approvals, some of these permits to actually bring in certain reagents and other things we need to work with. But whose role is that? And that's what we are looking at today. If we are able to wade through, if we are able to work through the systems, we are able to make it. Because we are looking at risk assessment, and approvals stand in a very pivotal area. So with this situation analysis, what are we therefore saying? We are saying that together we are able to, and we shall make it. Looking at all these topics, they are very, very important. And knowing them, working through them, the Vice Chancellor has talked about, shall we be having practical sessions? I think that really touched my, So beyond the group discussions, beyond, are we able to touch? But then, at the end of the day, the regulatory ecosystem, how strong is it? How accommodative is it? How flexible is it for us to be able to take on the work we are doing? So like I said earlier, what we are discussing over these 10 days speaks directly into the department or bureau that I lead. And I right now want to take you there. But maybe number 10, how is the culture of experimentation and feedback? And that's what we've just talked about, Innovation thrives in environments where risk-taking and continuous improvement are encouraged. Are we able to optimize? Are we able to work through? Is the regulatory environment actually permissive of this? So how are the iterative policy adjustment platforms? Are we able to establish a feedback that loops between innovators and regulators? Dear innovators, when we are disseminating, are the regulators in the room? Scientists, are the regulators there? Are they able to know what you went through, what we have gone through to reach where we have reached? So that disconnect might be also one of those things that could be causing us and derailing and affecting safety at the end of the day. Okay, so now I want to hint to us this pathogen economy that I've been talking about. And one of the cardinal reasons is to actually work on policy. Of course, under the auspices of the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat. And right away, we start with a task. We have a task at hand. How is regulation and compliance to regulation actually able to contribute to the economy? We cannot, even when we have the best of scientists, the best of laboratories, the best of sandboxes, unless we have a good regulatory environment. So, this term was coined not very long ago. And by the way, this secretariat, for those of us that might not know, our visitors from Nigeria, was established in 2022. So it is this young. It's a baby crawling steadily. In conventional government, that would be the Ministry for Science, Technology, and Innovation. I don't know what other countries call it, but that's what we would be calling it. So it's a secretariat under the president's office. Let's go around the world and see. In the US, science and technology is actually under the White House. I don't know how it is in Nigeria. It's a standalone. Great. Okay, so the pathogen economy is one of those. And from where we stand, our current gross domestic product as a country is 55 billion USD. I don't know what it is for Nigeria and other countries. It must be much bigger, but that's ours. However, we are on a move to raise it to 550 billion USD. And Cabinet has pulled out certain sectors that should be driving this. And science and technology is one of them. We have used an acronym called ATMs. ATM is money, you know. And so this is agriculture for A, tourism for T, M for mineral development, and S for science, technology, and innovation. So this secretariat is supposed to contribute 138 billion USD to the 550. In addition to the other sectors. That's the guidance we have from Cabinet, stamped over. So go and see the strategies you'll use to get us that money. So, and that's by 2040. So about 15 years from now, we should be able to contribute that to the economy. So what the minister did was to put us all together, players in the ecosystem of science, technology, and innovation. And we each had to go into about a 3 months time to search, review literature, both Uganda's, allow me add, nascent biotech industry. And we look at human, plant, and animal health. And research, and development, technology transfer. Regulator for intellectual property. These are regulators also for intellectual property, where we also have FDA, Food and Drug Administration, where we have EMA, you know, where we have WHO and others, but also our own National Drug Authority, research ethics committees, they come in. But along the way, all these are protocols being developed. All these are protocols. And Professor, our Vice Chancellor, has just told us about the first ever clinical trial platform for the nation for therapeutics for for therapeutics of natural products. We are now getting also into our vaccine work, and by the close of this year, we want to have got into clinical trial phase 1 for our vaccines that we are working on. For acute respiratory infections, but already work on Mpox is ongoing. We are getting into monoclonal antibodies, but all this toxicology and regulation, please. This is something we call kamunguruze, or something we call, you know, you look, should I start on the left? Should I start on the right? What is all this? So currently we fund under my department, we are funding 49 projects, 100% funded by the government of Uganda. Thank you. And it's the biggest. My counterparts are funding 3, 4, 5, 6, and this one for so far is the biggest, because maybe it's life. Bio. Okay, so these are our value chains down here as I spelled them out. But as we go up, and Professor Pauline, at 2 p.m., this one is very important, accreditation of the research facilities. The work we are doing for commercialization, we shall discuss and see how to go about it. But one of the things around our work, most of our labs are not accredited. So through accreditation, R&D, testing and validation, and very important and dear to us is commercialization. And at commercialization, we are riding on shoulders of giants. We are standing. Microhim is working on diagnostics. They recently started producing. Day Biopharma, it's the biggest, I think, in Africa. And then Alphasan now this one is a host of things, vaccines, diagnostics, therapeutics, but Alphasan is vaccines and animal therapeutics. And then this one, Professor, you talked about the diagnostics. We have a challenge, even at regulation. We want to test our diagnostics and medical equipment, but we don't have GMPs to produce them in. So even the research ethics committees are not going to give us approval. Why? We've not produced our medical devices in good manufacturing practice plants. And so we are setting up there to support that effort and see. And then earlier you were talking about in vitro studies. We set up a whole platform. The scientist simply carries their product and we test. So we decided to use central facilities because we are not able to fund everyone, a host of scientists we have in the country. So we set up an in vitro analysis platform, central laboratory animal research facility for preclinical trials. CONAT is the clinical trial program that Professor was talking about, and the biomarker facility, state of the art, to support our diagnostics. So all these, the scientists simply plug in. Some of them for now are absolutely free to the scientists, but charged on government. Others, there's cost sharing. Others, for example, this year, we are getting some more money and we are funding them even much more so that they'll be able to support more. So this one is absolutely free. This one is absolutely free. The biomarker facility, some bench fees. This one, we are still paying, but the scientists, we want to appropriate some more, much more, to see. Now, our scientists in the line of therapeutics from natural products, save for those that are coming from universities and research institutions like this one, none of them has animal studies. So when we talk toxicology, they've got NDA, National Drug Authority approval. They are on our shelves, but not standardized, not tested. And some of them are for chronic illnesses, meaning people are taking them over the years and the years. What are they doing to their livers? What are they doing to their hearts? What are they doing to the spleens? Name the organ, name the tissue. So, this platform here is coming in to support. It's already established. And here we are already also breeding transgenic mice. And we are now getting into research and development for actually working on different animal assays for different products. Thank you. Yeah, because you have an anti-cancer, but you need an animal model for it, and we don't have it. You need an anti-ulcer, an animal model. And we are going beyond just the safety and we are going into efficacy, and we need to raise to those levels of working in transgenic animals. And that's the level we are going to now. You already have transgenics for acute respiratory infections, and the next are the anti-cancers. So, toxicology, as you see, this whole thing, a lot of work here. Regulation, the whole way. And as I finalize, we've already talked through the ecosystem that I showed you earlier. For product development, whom are we working with? Universities. For validation, whom are we working with? Again, universities, research institutions. For manufacturing and warehousing, marketing and distribution, national medical stores, joint medical stores, UHMG, pharmacies all over. And definitely for other collaborations, Nigeria, we should be able to have this conversation today. Please. So, what is the situation analysis of our pharmaceutical landscape? So we've seen the pharmaceutical or biotech landscape has been on the rise. It hasn't relented at all. 2001, we got some data somewhere. You see how we are going? Yes, a few things that go down. Let's see how it was in 2020. Well, not so much of a drop, but we are rising. And what is the contribution of Africa to this? To say our contribution is going to be this much, and we work together, we shall be able. But here, our percentage, for Uganda, I don't know, for Nigeria and other countries that you've read about, ours is at 97% import dependency. It's that bad. Okay. This is our overview of Uganda. We happen to get a paper, but what do we do? For us, we are distributors. We are there to distribute for people to sell, for those that are making, those from whom we are importing, and that is it. Just 11 pharmaceutical manufacturers. And these ones are for only medicines, period. None for vaccines, none for diagnostics, at least as at that paper. But I'm glad to announce that the government of Uganda is building end-to-end, is supporting end-to-end, that we shall not just end at R&D, at prototypes, but we shall take them to the market. We can't sing about the burden of disease in Africa and we get done. Everything finally comes crumbling down to Africa, down to Africa, down to Africa. You see, these estimates, they are for 2024. The Ebola crisis alone, 2.8 billion. HIV, malaria. How many jobs were lost in COVID? Next. So, the burden of disease in Africa was so this was Mpox, So by 27th January 2025, we have had 2,462 cases as a country and 16 deaths. But that is the situation of DRC, the other one. And recently I saw the same for Uganda, where we are starting to get, the intra-utero or in utero, transmission, thank you. Seroconversion of babies born as well. And also recently, we got a case that actually, unfortunately, this gentleman had to lose his genitals to Mpox in Uganda. So, And that was DRC sharing sometime in October, and Uganda now already has its story. Uganda currently is responding to an Ebola outbreak. If I'm not mistaken, it's now the 9th Ebola outbreak. There's Marburg in TZ and in Rwanda. And I mean, this is the situation. And where should we be driving to responding? Not by importation alone, but actually our own R&D. But this R&D has to happen in safe environments. Let's move on. So, we have registered some progress in dealing with toxicological issues, and you can drive us there. So, from 2020, when we began as a small unit called the Presidential Scientific Initiative on Epidemics, PRESIDE, that grew to become the Secretariat now, we've been able to fund, this is science-funded R&D 100%, no hand of implementing partners. This is our pie chart. So therapeutics have been able to get about 40 billion, about 19 billion, vaccines 50, diagnostics about 19, central facilities 31 billion, and then all the way. Professor, you talked about COVIDex. We've given them money also to set up a GMP, but also to do their clinical trial for COVIDex. Okay. As we do this, we are already getting dividends on the investment. And already our PCR kits have been able to currently fetch to over 140 billion after an investment of about just 4 billion Uganda shillings. And then COVIDex has already reported, thank you for clapping, COVIDex has already reported reversing the import dependency status or status quo of the country by about 3%, which is beautiful. All this work at the end of the day is going to be enshrined in what we've called the Biosciences Park. And Vice Chancellor, very soon, this month, if nothing changes, we are going to be inviting you and teams to come for the groundbreaking ceremony. Already government has committed quite a sum of money to start the construction. We currently have 152 acres in this park where we are going to be setting up different things. High-tech, high technology transfer, catering for the issues we are talking about in these next 10 days. So these are the facilities that are going to be in a biosciences park. We've already worked through the framework agreements. There are funds. There is, at least we have a starting point. And as we compare notes with the guests in this place, we could be able to get, to compare notes here and there. So we've had outputs. Okay. So you can see, and these ones you just see on the board, but diagnostics, what have we done? Our scientists from Makerere University have commenced work on PCR diagnostics for malaria. That is at about 50% now. Mpox at about 60%. Rift Valley fever, maybe 40%. HIV and East Coast fever. We've also started on work in diagnostics. So what is the end-to-end I was telling you? That this is in the R&D, but then after, we are carrying to microhim scientifics to be able to produce. A team from COVAB has additionally worked on pregnancy kits for cattle. This is a land of milk and honey, of large farms, of And these kits are pretty expensive. So we are coming up with them to ensure we are able to deal with. And this is at now about 80% complete. We are just getting into the validations and we shall be on the market. We've also worked on plant diagnostics for coffee, cocoa, cassava, bananas, sweet potato, among others. And do you know where we stand now? Congo, Kenya, and South Sudan have already called on our scientists to go and support this. So we are getting into framework agreements to see to it that our IP is not compromised, intellectual property. Thank you. Okay, next. And I won't take long here. 2 drugs supported for clinical trials in Busitema, and all these issues of toxicology are being taken care of. Safety first. Safety first. And then other things can follow. So efficacy, we shall be disseminating very soon. And Professor has told you. I say that with a smile, but you will see the results. I won't say much. Okay, so our first clinical trial was on acute respiratory infections for COVID-19, influenza type A and B, then RSV. And then down here, out of the work, because of the work on clinical trials, we already have agreements coming up. Government, and then Kazire, that is, it's a team that is actually does work here at Mbarara University. Yes, they are bringing in money, and see the promises. Wow. So we shall be going with them to these countries to ensure that the interests of government and partners, the interests are taken care of. So that is the economy that we are talking about. And how did this come about? Because we had results of safety. Toxicological were believable. Okay, so next, actually, Professor here with the team, they are working on, we are now getting to work on 3 drugs, diabetes, DM, malaria, and analgesics. And next year, we are looking at anti-cancers. Okay, the vaccines I've told you about, we are getting into our clinical trials by April 2025. So we've gone through a serious time of approvals, the National Biosafety Committee, the IACOC, the National Council of Science and Technology, quite so that the vaccine is safe, the anti-tick vaccine. Okay. Research facilities, and I think I'll end here. There's quite a lot. But we've set up and equipped state-of-the-art facilities. Busitema University is here. And allow me point you to this. Are you seeing this? This was rented space where a very important drug in the history of Uganda was being worked on. Are you seeing the worktops? Are you seeing how the teams are all together working? This one is working, you know. Who could even have determined toxicological issues here under these circumstances? Rented a university. But we have constructed this good laboratory practice, and the distinguished PI is here, Dr. Samuel Obakiro. Thank you for the great work. We celebrate you. Thank you. And so, here we are, must. How are we positioning ourselves? We didn't start here. We started in a rented place. And then we began slowly by slowly, and here we are. And a lot more is coming. What has this research facility done? There's quite a number of things, and these we can be able to read for ourselves. Yeah, but yes, please. So this is some of the equipment that we've set up at the biomarker facility. Professor what we've decided to do, one, to break the silos, but also break the bureaucracy. When your students that are working on diagnostics, even therapeutics, because there's a mass spec there in that place, there's an LCMSMS in this place, your students, of course, through referrals, so that we are able to track. Many times the president is asking us, parliament is asking us. So if we never get to know, we miss out in the loop, especially as we have to do advocacy, even for more money. So there's a facility that has been set up for diagnostics work, even therapeutics, at the College of Veterinary at Makerere University. Next, please. We have the Clinical Trials Unit. Yes, and Professor here, the masterminds. We cannot, and what do we want to do? Thank you. We want to have hubs, and Dr. Kungwandaya here. Okay, in our 2 p.m. meeting. Okay, who knows? We could easily and quickly have this hub and better at MUST to support the Western region. You don't all have to come to Kampala. It's far, and the time and everything. And then we shall continue expanding. I want to remind us, these have been 2022, 23, 24, 3 years. Don't forget that. Please. Okay, we've talked about the biomarker facility, quite a lot of work. Our very own scientists, not just working to get a paper and publish, but actually to bring a product on the market. We have a biorepository, 2 of them, one at the Uganda Cancer Institute and one at Makerere University. And here, over 4,000 samples have been used for work in diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. But what I want to point out is we had to follow protocol. We had to ensure there's safety in there. Specimen of level 2, level 3 should not be got here. These ones are still level 2. Therefore, biosafety level 2. So at the Biosciences Park, we are setting up even higher levels. Okay. Kindly go on. That's the one of Cancer Institute. We've already seen that, kindly. In Africa, I think including Nigeria, we are only 5 countries that have this high resolution scanning electron microscope. And we are doing a lot of work right there. And some of the work there. So as Professor asked about the practicality, some of the equipment may not be here, but we are showing this to you so that you know where it is. If Africa has only 5, it's a bit hard to set up everywhere. But we have tried and we are continuing to ensure that the system of access is not excruciatingly painful. It is seamless, and that's what we are trying to do. So, staff in this place, faculty, and the students, this is part of what you have in the country. Okay? Yes, this genomics lab is actually here, and we look forward to even making it even better. In the era of antimicrobial resistance, there is a huge study happening right now in about 7 countries of Africa. And do you know what is happening in these countries, including Uganda? The big brothers have funded us, given us huge stipends. We are able to fly. But what are we doing? Collecting data for them. AMR data, they go manufacture and bring back to us. Vice Chancellor, right here, out of this project, this team has been able to do modeling, mathematical modeling using machine learning. And out of this, they've come out with products already. We already have pessaries, we have tablets, we have even the topical applications that are doing better than the antibiotics on the market. So it's not just AMR for, data collection, but actually informing product development. That project I've talked about in about 7-8 countries is huge, huge, huge. Millions of dollars, but with just a few billions, we are. Okay. So Africa, it's time to arise. But of course, taking care of all these issues that we are going to be discussing. We are flying our planes as we build them, yes, but we shall stabilize. And these will be planes that will be able to take us wherever we want to go. So these topics here, and thank you so much for the invitation. As we do them, let's relate with where we are coming from. Let's relate with the goal. All of us seated here, with our Nigerian friends joining us, we are going to contribute to this 48.3 billion. Yes, we are. We are. Thank you. The Central Laboratory Animal Facility, I've talked about it. We are ensuring to put more money, and we also need to add to the one here, but that will be a discussion as well, so that we have many of them, because we need to determine a number of things in the line we are discussing. This is the packaging facility at Alpha Sun for our vaccine production, automated. Okay? Kindly go ahead. So, okay, please. So, what we've decided to do, but now we are taking it away from STI and becoming cluster bombs. And thankfully, working with the vice chancellors through the different fora we have, we are getting into something, or we've been able to achieve mindset change. When we first began in 2020 as a small unit under State House, and now we grew in 2022 under the office of the president, we had to actually go out and court in universities, courtship. I come to you. You've done science. We have done science as a country. But can we look at science for products, for commercialization? Is that a conversation we can have? And I am glad the scientists listened, and most of our research and innovation is actually from universities and research institutions. Thank you so much for opening your doors. And so, what are we seeing here? We have begun an STI Human Capital Development Program of creating an industrial scientist. There's a discussion we're having with Busitema University, but I think it will flow to other universities as well, of developing an industrial pharmacist. Yes? Beyond one who just dispenses, beyond one who just, okay, across the counter, they give the, an industrial pharmacist is what we are chasing. So some of these, an industrial engineer who is able to work on that piston engine, who is able to, not just work on, and then most of our equipment, we have to get back to the manufacturer, and they say, oh, I'll be able to come in 6 months, and our equipment is down. We are getting to those levels of training, but also of making. and we shall get there. So these were one of our greatest pathologists in the country has been humble enough to come to STI and learn with us. Maybe with time, he'll get an opportunity to speak to the students and to tell them how the story has been. Otherwise, he's an acclaimed pathologist in this country, working in our national referral hospital, one of them at Kawempe. Huge, you know. But he's one of our industrial scientists, learning STI and how to make STI work for the country. And we have many more aero engineers, and they've come to learn with us. But now we want to start some accredited courses in the universities where we develop such scientists beyond just STI. Please. Okay, finally is the pilot manufacturing, and we've talked about it. Day Biopharma, huge. Government has funded through STI, and we already have an offtake with government of over 21 drugs that are going to replace drugs that have been imported on our national essential medicines list. Huge milestone for us. Okay. Alpha-San, I've already talked about it. Next. This is Microhem Scientifics. There's a video, but because of the bad network, it's failed to play. I just decided to maintain the photos. But this is us. Dr. Peter, when were we here? This is Jan. Yeah, we were there in January. I think around 20th or something. Here, wow, great work. So behind here is the manufacturing plant. Clearly, you will see the diagnostics and what the things. It was exciting to see that finally we are able to produce this. And what's more, the cassettes, we are actually able to produce them here in country. At Namamve and with Rela, we are doing this. And it's going to cut this chain of importation. Otherwise, everything is being imported. But our own scientists, supported by STI, are actually producing this. But toxicology, are they safe? Are we able to use them? Is there integrity of these products and the results we are actually talking about? And there's a lot of investment government is doing there to ensure they pass. And this is like in the final levels of getting WHO approval. Okay, so there we were. The video is there. And okay, you can go on. Looking ahead, therefore, what next? So Uganda will be contributing 48.3 billion. A skilled industrial pharmaceutical labor force that we've just talked about of about 50,000 scientists. Then 4 regional clinical sites / validation platforms. Okay? And we are starting slowly. And maybe where we are standing here could be the next. Who knows? And then the GLP hubs. Who knows? Still. And definitely you can't talk about regions of this country minus talking about the Western region. Okay? This is looking ahead. So we've made for you a trajectory that we cannot be able to explain all through now, but we are at a point of laying the foundation. Very important. Where do we want to go? And then here, of course, with some policy, some regulatory framework, but now ensuring now these policies here actually shall be implemented, and then here a vibrant pathogen economy with the therapeutics value chain contributing over 35% of what we have promised. Even when we read from the US, Germany, India, putting their whole biotech together, still it was the therapeutics contributing the greatest. Okay. So what? We need to adopt a risk-based regulatory approach in light of our 10-day training. We need to align with international standards, though not forgetting some context-specific aspects. That's very important. But this takes putting everyone in the same room and we discuss WHO, FDA, AMA. Let's see, National Drug Authority, how do we go about this? Capacity building and training, we already talked about it. Digital solutions for monitoring and compliance. And then the incentivization. And the last slide says, so in the next 10 days, as we discuss this, I want to bring the voice of the minister, and I'll end there. And this is what she told me to tell us. I told her, okay, among the many things like we discussed, what is that final thing you would want us to discuss? Or the message you would want us to leave, we can run with. Once again, for God and my country, and making Uganda the best. Thank you. And I want to take this singular opportunity to declare this workshop and training open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Ladies and gentlemen, in just about 5 minutes, we can have Brenda answer a few questions from the audience. Any points of concerns in her presentation? Please, you can have this forward. Yes. Emma, can you come and help with the microphone?
Your eloquence, Brenda, the representative of the Honorary Minister, Your Majesty, the Vice Chancellor MUST, brothers from West Africa, Nigeria, all protocol is observed, friends and well-wishers of Uganda and Mbarara University. I am using guesswork to say that I'm standing between universities in Uganda and the community, because that's where I have lived for the last 25 or so years. I'd like also to thank you for delivering succinctly the message from the minister. She talked to us at the Network Multidisciplinary Research Africa, and the message has not changed. Congratulations for a good job well done. I would like to submit 3 issues as a takeaway message in regard to responsible citizenry and the work we do at MUST. At that time, we were told that MUST should do a bit of organization to be able to lead as Uganda's premier University of Science and Technology. And so correctly, I'd like to salute the Vice Chancellor for following through the steps of Professor Celestino Boa to make this start happening practically. And I would like also to thank Anki and the team for a good job well done. But there are gaps, and they are out there in the community. One, the Institute of Tropical Research and Forest Conservation at Mbarara University, that place possibly has all types of herbs that are in Uganda. And it could be further utilized so that it is a center of excellence. The Vice Chancellor mentioned this. I am born and raised there for half of the time. That's where I was most of the time. And I am here testifying. The other person who could testify to that is Dr. Moses Kayondo, because in 2000, the year 2000, he was a fourth-year medical student researching on the efficacy of herbal medicine in treating worms. It was a student project, so I vouch for that. Secondly, I'd like to thank you very much, and please, I thank government for following into the steps of the pioneers of One Health. As One Health champion, I think that is very important, that we are looking at animal, plant, and human health. I'd therefore like to call upon the leadership of the institutions represented and thank the Vice Chancellor that it is correct that we start short courses, summer courses to drive this economy. Thirdly and finally, as a community champion, this is the first time we are hearing clearly that the knowledge from the libraries and universities will reach the end users. This is liberation. This is liberation. So keep it up, congratulations, and therefore I pledge, if you allow, that I will invite you to talk to the medical students. Here I just need a nod from the Vice Chancellor, because we host annually 500 students in our community program, and the way you are talking, you reminded me of their vibe, so that they become innovators quite early, so that also becomes the third innovation hub at MUST. And we will also invite you to talk to in your third year, to talk to the Network of Multidisciplinary Research Africa, where I'm a mentor, since it was also born in the same environment. Otherwise, I'd like to thank Angela for being patient. As I said, another prayer, this one is academic, and for giving me the microphone. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Gad. Yes, there's a question here and there, so come from him and come to Professor here. And then Brenda, you can answer those. Thank you.
All protocol observed. My name is Duncan Sesaz, and when I hear of the name Nakaziwe, I get very much concerned, because that was the name of my mother. May her soul rest in peace. When you talked about such a pertinent issue, one thing I want to apologize is that National Drug Authority, I don't know whether it was represented here in this particular forum, but when they introduced them, I never heard about them. And there is a lot that you mentioned which concerns National Drug Authority. But put aside, I happen to be the pioneer. I participated in the creation of the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences in Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So far, 14 years now, and I've been the head of department of that particular department, that program. We are right now running a 3-year program, but we want to upgrade to a 4-year program. And one of the priorities is to introduce a course on vaccinology. Right now, if you are doing anything, you are doing it at postgraduate level. But the principles of developing vaccines and all those things that are involved are usually got at undergraduate level. And right now, there is I don't know of any program that trains undergraduates in the field of vaccinology. I would like to take this very opportunity in the presence of the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and in the presence of the Vice Chancellor of Mbarara University of Science and Technology to consider our plea as we try to make sure that we upgrade to a 4-year program because there are so many other course units that we have involved, and even having made many understandings, memorandum of understandings with these industries, they, pharma being part of it, to make sure that we develop these vaccines. I think our students can contribute quite a lot. In your presentation, you said you are going to break protocol in the process of developing these things. Actually, we've welcomed that, and we've faced quite a number of challenges because what I could call the foreign policy that is taken on by WHO, you find that development of a drug can take over 15 years, but diseases don't wait. So such things that come and break protocol, where you can, in the meantime, trying clinical trials, people can still be using these things if it is proved to be working. For example, COVID right now, it was a hit and it came at the right time. Now people have used it and they have actually got well. Now going ahead in developing it so that it can become a real drug that can be put on the essentials, that would be very, very good. That put aside, I thank you that right now you mentioned about an industrial pharmacist. I've been always trying to define or differentiate between a pharmacist and a pharmaceutical scientist. But these are people who work together. But the person who usually is in industry is the pharmaceutical scientist. And this person usually gives whatever has been manufactured or innovated to the pharmacist, who follows it up in a patient. Then the pharmacist brings back the information to the pharmaceutical scientist, who can do anything that may be necessary to make sure that this drug is both safe and efficacious. So, this particular course of pharmaceutical science, I'm advocating for pharmaceutical science for sure, because I am one who has been trained. So, to make sure that it gets involved, we've had so many conflicts in between ourselves and together with even Parliament, by the way, to make sure that pharmaceutical science are recognized. And through this particular forum, through your STI, I would like to have, like, say, a nod, and I invite you and you advocate for us, specifically pharmaceutical scientists, to get involved in this business of research and development of therapeutics using natural products. I thank you.
The Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Dr. Brenda, thank you so much for the beautiful song you just finished. That was more than a lecture. When I was in elementary 5, many, many years ago, I memorized a poem on Africa. I recited that poem for many years without understanding the weight of that poem. I know a world, a wondrous world, filled with the dying laws of ancient days. It is Africa. A waking world, rising now and fresh from age-long slumber. It is Africa. I memorized this. I was singing it like a small boy. I didn't know what it meant until I found myself running a program as a visiting scientist in Health Canada, again, many years ago. I don't want to preempt anything. Yes, we've come from Nigeria. I work in the University of Port Harcourt. We've come here as resource persons. But let me tell you this. I came here to learn. And I've started learning already. And that will make me ask the question I'm going to ask now. But before I ask that question, hear this. African problem or problems are indigenous problems. They will be solved by Africans. I have traveled a bit. I've done research in 4 different continents. I tell you this. No white man will solve African problem. Don't make any mistakes about that. We are the ones that will solve our problem. I'm referring specifically to the students here. And I'm one of those students. You are the strength of this continent. If you miss it, we'll continue to sleep. If you get it now, we'll be rising from that age-long slumber. The big funders, the donors, the aid they give us, I thank God for them. But listen, those things will not solve our problems. I strongly believe in that. I am a scientist. I'm trained to use my hands. These fingers, that's what I use. To solve the riddles of colors. To look at equipment, to look at things and interpret data. That's what I'm trained to do. And I've gathered some knowledge to a point to say what I'm saying. Our problems are African problems, and Africans will solve African problems. The Caucasians have their problems. They are battling with them. They don't even have breathing space to look at what is happening here. Everything they are doing in this continent is aimed at you producing data that will make their industries flourish. They are not doing it in our interest. I'm going to be speaking on these things from little things we are going to be doing. It's true we are not going to be doing some hands-on here, but I'm going to be talking on practical things we can do here to also make them buy our products. Because our products are superior to their products. I know what I'm saying. I have the data, from raw data to applied data. I have a research collaborator in Europe. I'm not going to mention the lab because I'm still using their funds. Every year, my collaborator spends 3 to 6 months in the Amazon forest. That's maybe one of the oldest forests in South America. And one of the days we were just over coffee, and I was asking him, I said, why do you go to Amazon? I told him that we have forests in Nigeria that are as virgin as over 800 years. Huge woodlands where millions, if not billions of dollars are hidden in the woods. And he challenged me to that. And I had to ship 2 samples. 2 raw medicinal samples that are right now undergoing some levels of investigation in his lab. And with some of the preliminary things we are seeing, the man is like, wow, so you have all this. I say, you haven't seen anything yet. I want to ask this question out of curiosity, because I've come here to learn. In 1, 2, 3 nuggets, bullets, I'd like to have your experience on COVID-X. What was it like? the bombs, the challenges you encountered as a continent. I want to have your experience. If you can share some of your experience with us. Now, I want to also find out, how did the medical community here, the physicians, the doctors, how did they receive it? And how is it being used? Because in Nigeria, it's like an uphill task. And I do not blame the physicians in Nigeria because we didn't teach them this. I have been involved in this business of training doctors for maybe over 38 years. And I've also trained PhDs, maybe 27 PhDs or 30 PhDs down the line. We didn't teach them these tidbits. So receiving this from us is like, to them, is not just possible. So they tend to look down on what we are doing. So I want to have an experience. What is your COVID story like? If you can share that at continental level, it's going to help us a great deal. Thank you very much.
Brenda, the floor is yours. We've closed the Q&A. Oh my God, this is painful. In 1 minute each, 30 seconds. Please give Doctor and the neighbor.
Yes, protocol observed. My name is Rita. I'm from Kabale University. And as Miss Brenda Nakazu was presenting, I got a little concern. And as a silent mentee of Professor Byachika, I realized that much as she was literally looping from Mbarara University, yes, she talked about this clinical trial center is going to be here. Then the issue of central, is it animal laboratory facility is still going to be here.
Yes.
So basically, most of the things are going to be here. Yet, ideally, I feel we should be a bit fair. Kabale should get something.
Kabale, you've been complaining.
Because SCI money is meant to develop universities. Now, if Tema has, Makerere has, then Mbarara University, I believe, or I beg, by the mercies of God, let Kabale at least get something to do with animal laboratory.
In 30 seconds? In 30 seconds, you know you're with us here at home.
Yes, please, at least we are the border and our university is strategically located. Yes, my humble submission.
Thank you. Next time I will not call you. Hey, they're giving us food and you want to eat our food.
Yes, protocol observed. Thanks so much. I had a lot to say, but let me use the 1 minute. I would like to thank the organizers for this training. I will speak toxicology, representing the president of Uganda Pharmacology Society. Maybe I can start with a question. Where is toxicology in our universities? Don't answer. But we know, I know, in Western University, if you want to trace toxicology, you may not get it easily. I went through Makerere, and we have the big boss here. When you try to trace toxicology in Makerere, you may also struggle a lot. Maybe it is distributed everywhere, but when I worked in KIU, you can also struggle. So the question I have in our education, where is toxicology? Number one. And if we are to be honest to ourselves by looking at the representation here, I'm seeing a lot of pharmacologists and like. So can I assume that toxicology is in pharmacology? No. And that takes me to my question. Where is the inclusivity in toxicology? I happen to teach some toxicology, and I'm well alive to the fact that analytical chemists do a very important role in analytical toxicology. I'm very alive to the fact that we have forensic toxicology, where perhaps lawyers could also be in this room. I also alive to the fact we have environmental toxicology, where environmental something like so, and many other things. So the issue of inclusivity in addressing this issue is very, very important. The other last point resonates with the professor from Nigeria. I'm a patriotic Ugandan, and I'm happy to also share my experience with Tazkov, that perhaps we are black box. The Honorable Minister has taught us that word. We have been black box, that African things do not work. I work in a lab which is developing things, and people in my lab don't want to take. But people outside are saying it is working very well, but we have to convince ourselves, to take it. Because we have been black box, that our things do not work. I attended a training, a whole week in China. Actually, this statement is my take-home message for this training. And when we went to China, we had a whole week, and they are discussing issues of smoking. How they are going to handle smoking. I don't know those who have been to China, that their problem is smoking. And I moved from Uganda, and we are there. They have failed to solve the problem of smoking. But smoking is not a problem for Uganda. But they are busy troubleshooting how to handle smoking. And they have failed. I'm also telling you, they have also failed on their problems, as we have also failed on ours. So let's handle our problems, and it is us.
Thank you, Brenda.
Well, thank you so much for the, I'll call them points of discussion that have come through. I am glad, and I receive all the compliments, and back to the Honorable Minister and STI. Most of these really have been comments and things we should be working on. And if we can have an action paper, trust me, we shall drive this with the support of everyone here, but with STI. So, VC, the organizer here, let's ensure that out of here we have. Recently, over the weekend, I was making comments to a certain paper that was written somewhere, and I was looking at the power of analysis in whatever it is we say. For example, now a training like this one, it's easy to say, yeah, this session was this, but let's look out, let's analyze issues. If we're talking about this, what exactly about a clinical trial? So from our point as funders, from our point as supporting to expedite those regulatory, things that we've talked about, we are doing everything possible, or we've done whatever it is, getting some of those funds, generally, not only for COVIDX. We have to go through excruciating pain, Vice Chancellor, to get that money. We pitch, we write, weekends, holidays. I could say that part of my Christmas I was working because we needed to deliver on certain things and make our message known. So the story of COVIDX, Professor, is we are now getting into the clinical trials. We are determining safety, we are determining efficacy. But already there's overwhelming community evidence of what COVIDX has done and can do. So someone is going to tell you that story from then, me have picked it up from here. And we shall wait for each other at dissemination. That's when I'll come back in the story, in the movie. But it's all good. You've asked me a question, very important. Dr. Kungu is here. Even on Thursday, I have a real defense. Have you ever been a PhD candidate and you have to defend? You have the opponents, you have what you... On Thursday, I'm going to defend which money we have allocated where. Already defended internally, and now one more level. If you've heard of the National Research and Innovation Program, it was set up by an act of Parliament. So they have that power. even beyond the minister. Yes, the money comes through us for innovation, and we put it up, we put up a spirited fight, yeah? And so we have to convince this national committee why what should go where. It's not on my part right now to say this university has this research institution has this manufacturing plant has this, but trust me, we've tried to look at. But you've seen our strategy, 2040, we've said regional. So we've just begun the 2040 journey. And in mentioning Mbarara, like today we have a meeting. There's a time we were at Cavalry, and these are some of the things we discussed with the leadership there. So, in our defense on Thursday, some of these issues of inclusion and what will and might be taken care of. So that's how I can answer. Okay, so allow me sit. You ask very pertinent questions, and we are here to answer these questions through these 10 days. Where are the forensic toxicologists, if I may? Where are the environmental ones? We, the analytical, are here, but where are the rest? We should be in one room if we are looking at the human, plant, generally the One Health enclave. I want to thank you. Thank you for God and my country.
Thank you, PRO. PRO, can I say something? Not a question this time around. More to answer the story of COVIDX, I was talking to Professor Ogwang Patrick, and he's joining us tomorrow. So, and he has told me he's going to give a full story. Then, when you look into the room, we have some white color. And someone might wonder, we have been talking about white color. But she has been here for over 20 years, and she was actually assembled in Germany for Africa. So that is Engineer Anke. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Emma. And my sister from Kabale, we love you so much. Brenda will answer that next time she's around. But we love you so much. You can always come home and we work together. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go for a group photo, and then our lunch is ready. Yes. So let's go for a group photo, then a lunch break.
Our goals are very clear. You'll be getting this slide, so you'll be able to go through it. So we've established a center of excellence for world-class academic and professional programs that are recognized for local relevance, international excellence, and global impact. I believe that once you're done with this training, you'll have a taste of what you can expect if you're with us at the center. Our vision from inception is to be a center for innovative research and academic training, recognized for local relevance, international excellence, and global impact in public health, toxicology, and nursing science. And that led to our mission and also our objectives. And thankfully, we have been so committed to it in the last 6 years. If you look at our structure, looking pretty simple, but quite connected. Looking at from the governing to the advisory board to the ecosystem, but the key drivers for us are the academic programs, the research, publication and innovations, as well as a partnership and internship, which our students are all part of. We've got lots of partners and it keeps increasing. And what do these partners do? We work with them in these areas with respect to they're serving on our advisory board. Students go there for internship. We work on joint research projects. We share research labs, and also work on publications together and so on. Like in this program, we are partnering with the university here and to be able to ensure that this program is implemented. For us, we think we are at a good advantage. That's why we've been able to attract a lot of international students. Just Friday, I welcomed 9 Uganda students that came in on Thursday to our center. They've been in the program, but they came for their internship and other practical work in the center. So we pride ourselves that in the last 6 years, we've run uninterrupted research and academic calendar. Irrespective of the vagaries within the university system in Nigeria, we have not had any interruption, in our training. So people or students graduate on record time. This is a picture of our facility that hosts all the training, including the didactic lectures, the laboratories, and the administration. And this just gives you some pictures of what you see in there. And on this slide, you see this structure that hosts our innovation hub, as well as the guest house, right within our complex. And this structure is where we're trying to translate what we do at the lab to testing, and from testing to commercialization. So all this forms part of what we call the PUTO ecosystem now. So these are some of the things you will see there in those pictures. And like I said, we were 6 years last year, so we had our 6th anniversary. We are glad to reckon that we have done very well in the 6 years, but we are more energized to do more in subsequent years. We run a couple of programs which are very essential. You see the list here of the programs from the PGD to the MSc to the PhD. The coordinators will share the flyer with you. Unfortunately, the enrollment process ends on Friday, but for students who are interested, we may extend it a little bit, and then our focus around public health, toxicology, and midwifery, is shown on this diagram here, and how we do it and where it leads to, is also well displayed on this. So if you choose to be a student or work with us, you'll be involved in research, academics, and internship, which is the practical training. So you'll be involved in learning, in the classroom, which is hybrid. We have students that are online and those who are on-site. You'll be involved with working in groups, especially within research groups. You're working with all kinds of other stakeholders because we hope to produce people who become lifelong learners. To us, that's the end of education in the center. And these are very key. When it comes to our regional impact around Africa, we seem to be doing favorably well, as you can see on this slide. Then for this mission we have in Mbarara, it's actually part of our regional impact program, to build skills of toxicologists in Uganda. And it's also part of our partnership drive, to ensure that we're able to partner with local researchers, in this region or in this country, and this is what we will be achieving throughout this week. The intention of this workshop is that we talk toxicology, so everything you want to know about toxicology, the experts are here, to attend to that. And so there is no barrier when it comes to toxicology. And you'll find out that from this afternoon, we'll be focused on toxicology, God willing, when we close on Saturday, all about toxicology. And so the intended outcomes, what you will achieve if you follow this training as we expect, dutifully, is that you'll be able to understand, you'll be able to do, you'll be able to, implement. All those actions are things we expect you all around toxicology. And so it's important you are guided by this so that if you don't achieve this at the end of the training, we will need to make a diagnosis why you didn't. But I can assure you that it's not because we have not opened up all that you require, for you to achieve these outcomes. So there will be lectures, there will be questions and answers section, there will be discussion, there will be some hands-on exercise and also some small group exercise during this training. We want to employ everyone to not only be present, but to actively participate in all this section. I'll be here as an umpire to ensure that certificates are given to those who have actively either asked questions, contribute to discussion, and then get involved in some of the hands-on exercise. So at the end of the day, we are satisfied that we've been able to impact the audience in this gathering. So all these are things you'll be seeing. And in case you have a need to reach out to us anytime, these are our contact. So on this note, I want to once more welcome every one of you and hope you concentrate on all the things you're going to be taught, in this. And the 6 days we are going to be with you, and if you need more, let us know. You can follow up with us even after we've left you, through this contact. Thank you. And if there's any question, I can just address it right away. I want to thank you because the class was quiet, and that means you're paying attention. You understand? And that's what we want. Is there any question so that we can go into the next lecture quickly? You can ask a question now or even later. Yes. Where's the moderator, please?
Yes, thank you. Me, I heard about internship, so I wanted to know about the modalities of getting internship.
The internship I spoke about, if you are in a program with us, you will, as part of the 1-year master's or 3 years PhD, there's an internship aspect where we send you, to the industry or sector that's related to your competence, where you gain practical experience, you can do some of your research work there, and so on. But we also have an arrangement for exchange. Now, this is faculty exchange, faculties in our partnering institution that want to spend time with us, in lessons. There are opportunities for that, you understand? And we're working out student exchange as well with respect to the ROFORUM. ROFORUM is an African-wide project where ROFORUM will sponsor the student or institution to learn some of our programs, free of charge.
Thank you, Prof. My question, I saw the number of masters and PhDs, and I guess they are quite different from what we have in Uganda because, for example, for us, if you are doing, let's say, a master's degree, let's say, in public health, maybe you will take maybe 2 years, maybe a PhD 3 years, or so I don't know, is your education system the same as ours? And then another question, you said you have physical classes and then hybrid. Those who attend physical classes, the time they take to get the course done, is it the same as those who do the hybrid, the online classes? Thank you.
Yes, I want to believe with the first point you raised, the masters, the programs we run in Nigeria are similar to what is done everywhere in Africa. As a matter of fact, we've mapped our programs against international framework, especially the European framework, and it meets the requirement. If you go to Europe, the greater part of Europe, you can run a master's for 18 to 24 months. If you go to the UK, the master's is 12 months, you understand? And so why we're able to achieve this is because the programs are intensive, rigorous, but flexible. Flexibility in the sense that you can pace it the way you want. For example, most of the students that were in Uganda had finished all their coursework So they only came to Nigeria to do their internship. Yes, and they're going to spend 1 month to do internship, do some practicals, and get involved with the research fair that is coming up, and so on. So when you say hybrid, it means those who are able to be on site can, those who are online can, those who want it to be asynchronous, that is post-learning, can have the recordings, do all the needful, and then do their assessment, you understand? But our master's for full-time option is 1 year. But if you are engaged, meaning you are employed, the right thing to do is to go for a part-time option. That becomes 2 years. For the PhD, the full-time is 3 years, and the part-time is 5 years. That is what we consider to be the minimum. You understand? So if you are doing a full-time PhD, you're unable to get it done in 3 years, there's an extension of 1 year. And for the master's, there's an extension of 2 years to enable you complete your PhD. For the part-time, yes, to enable you complete your PhD or your master's degree. So while we are here for all this period, if you have any question, you can contact us. We'll be ready to, or just get the contacts, and send us, inquiries. I can assure you that we are quite responsive, to responding to inquiries from students. And I believe they will share the slides with you guys. All right.
Thank you, Professor, for the presentation, and thank you also for exposing us to this Center of Excellence.
Yeah.
And what might be missing in my team is that many times we don't have the information.
Yeah.
And now we are learning more, so we shall spread this so that more of members know what is available.
Absolutely.
Especially to do with toxicology,
Yeah.
because I have a team from biochemistry department, that's
Yeah.
my department. I wanted to talk about, because I think this is laying a foundation to something else in the future.
Yeah.
Like this thing, like credit transfer system.
Yeah.
Many times it is very hard, like even here in Uganda, it's very hard for someone to go in Makere, have a course, and have transfer the credits to this other, to Mbarara University.
Yeah.
It's very hard. So I'm praying that you are working on a framework so that universities collaborate more, maybe through forum or whatever, so that credit transfer becomes a norm rather than a rare occasion. People do courses there, they come and they transfer the same courses and then finish their courses.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And when it comes to public health, we've been working on this for over 10 years. You understand? We call it a core competency framework, that will enable students transfer credit from one African university to the other with respect to public health. For 10 years, I'm actually the lead in Nigeria, but I can tell you we've not arrived yet, We've not arrived yet. We gave ourselves 2024, the deadline has passed, So unfortunately, as of today, we still don't have that credit transfer system, you understand? But it is in the pipeline. We've seen good examples in Europe, Asia, the Americas, and so on, and we're getting support from them. We hope that in this year, we'll be able to finalize a lot of things. I was in Mbarara, was in 2019 because of that, you understand? And then we're still not done yet, but we'll be done very soon. So as of today, you come and get this, but we look at your transcript, to know what you have done previously, to know how it fits into what you're doing, or if you require some elective.
In toxicology, that's what we call the dose making the poison. We are going to be emphasizing more on that, but people see toxicology generally as the science of what? Poisons. And why do we say it's a science of poison? Because it has to do with identification of poisons and toxic compounds, such as what you see in insects and animal venoms, and even in poisonous plants. And I'm also glad that this Center of Excellence in Mbarara University is also known for their achievement in the area of herbal medicine or natural products. Again, toxicology also has its roots in herbal medicine because we'll be looking at the use of medicinal plants in diseases, management, and treatment, and in so many other areas. So generally, we can define toxicology as the study of the adverse effects of chemical, physical, or biological agents on living organisms and the ecosystem, including the prevention and amelioration of such adverse effects. Yes, this is a definition by the Society of Toxicology, and is the global body where toxicologists meet and discuss, toxicology. And we are a subset of the Society of Toxicology of the world, the West African region. So we represent Africa, and we all know that Africa is, or even Africa generally, is underrepresented when it comes to toxicology. And that was why somebody was asking that question, where are we? Where is toxicology in Mbarara? Where is toxicology in Nigeria? Where is toxicology in maybe West African region and all that? And that is why we set up a program at ACE-PUTOR. And I think for now, I don't know about any other institution or center that takes toxicology as a program, as a degree program. In many institutions, you have them as subsets of programs or courses that are taken in programs, but we take MSc and PhD in toxicological programs. So we'll be looking at all this in the area of toxicology. And again, like I mentioned, we talk about living organisms, the environment, and ways to ameliorate them. Of course, these days, we talk about One Health concept, the interaction between man, environment, plants, and then the chemical substances that we find in our environment. And of course, we all know that on a daily basis, we are all exposed to one chemical or the other. Today, people talk about sodium fluoride, and I'm sure many of you use your toothpaste today. There's a lot of debates around sodium fluoride. Some persons are saying it is toxic, it is harmful. Some are saying no, it is not. In as much as we all need fluorine or the fluoride in the toothpaste to whiten our teeth, remove dental caries, we also know the toxicological effects. So we're going to be looking at some of these things in so many angles, from so many ways. Looking at the poisonous substances from plants, from animals, even from microorganisms. And again, looking at the data available. And I'm glad that Uganda is leading the, the research area where they are generating data and they're also making a lot of exploits. If you look at the origin or the history of toxicology, you will find stories, what the Chinese have done as far back as 1900 to 1200 BC. We also have the Egyptians, the Chinese, the Indians, and the Greeks. Where is Africa in this, in the history? Why? Because most of the discoveries made by our forefathers were not documented. People have knowledge, and they die with their knowledge. Because what? They don't want to share knowledge. But all this story we have and the information we have today is because these things are what? Well documented. Now, how many of us are just, having our research designs, carrying out our researches in our labs, and just keeping the books without publishing them? We need to document our findings. We need to document our research outputs so that tomorrow we will not be talking about the Indians, the Greeks, the Chinese. We should also be talking about what? Africa and Africans. So we're going to be looking at toxicology in the past, in the present, and also in the future. And of course, in the past, we have seen toxicology, the use of toxicology, the importance of toxicology in herbal medicine, and then we talk about African traditional medicine. And I'm glad we're already talking about collaboration, because there's so much connectivity or so much relation between herbal medicine, what you are doing here, and the toxicology we are also doing. So there's a common ground. And that is where some of us can also come in. Some of you can come into the program or into the project and see how we can collaborate to see how we can harness our knowledge to develop ourselves in Africa. Like Prof mentioned before, our problems, we have to solve our problems and we have to provide solutions to all our problems in Africa. We're also going to be looking at Africa as a well-endowed, based on local knowledge. We're going to look at traditional medicine, Chinese medicine, the Indian traditional medicine. These are all, study of toxicology in the past. And historically, we also look at toxicology dating back to the earliest humans, where poison played a lot of a role. When people hear toxicology, what comes to their mind is what? Poison. And maybe that's why Paracelsus, one of the founding fathers of toxicology, says everything is poison. There is nothing that is not what? Poison. What makes the poison is what? The dose. That also we'll be elaborating more as we move on. So toxicology has evolved over the years, just like we have information technology. Remember in those days, computers used to be very big, gigantic equipment. But today you have biochips. That is how IT has what evolved. And that is the same way toxicology has evolved. We look at from what we refer to as the ape time to the computer age. Now we are talking about artificial intelligence. So that is how toxicology has also evolved. From knowing those chemicals that we can find in plants that are beneficial, and also those that are what? Harmful. So remember in those days when you have a well-known herbalist, we used to have them in our villages. I'm sure we have villages in Uganda here too. In the Westerners and those of us in Africa. But I'm glad what I'm seeing, what I saw here today from the presentation, that a lot of things are happening here, and we also need to take this thing down. So toxicology has also, evolved so much. So we are going to be looking at it from the time of antiquity, when, it is regarded where humans have a long history of using poisons. We know the history of Socrates. We know the history of the Aconites. And in my stone, there are those that were called the Dioscorites. These are the Greek physicians who classified poisons for Nero, where he included descriptions and drawings. And this was a standard text for 1,600 years. But today we have regulatory toxicology. People don't use these plants or chemicals indiscriminately, even though we still have some cases like that. We're also going to be looking at toxicology, during this time of antiquity, where poisons were being used for what? As suicide. People use it as vendetta. People use it to eliminate their political opponents. And some very popular poisons that are taking place in the world. Talking about the toxicokinetics of some of these chemical substances and agents, we'll begin to see that it is better we go natural than we begin to take or expose ourselves to all these chemicals. So there are the areas, there are the eras of what? Bioavailability. We also, let me try and listen this thing up. So we also have the Middle Ages where poisoners were using, chemical substances to eliminate, their fellow human beings, and people were making money out of it. There were cases of those who wanted to separate from their husbands, maybe because the husband is rich, and they want to eliminate the man so that they can acquire his property. And they'll begin to consult, people who deal, in these chemicals that are what? Toxic. And then they give it to them, they take those chemicals, and they eliminate their husbands and claim their property. So these were eras where we had a lot of activities that had to do with poisonings. And then there's this era, the age of enlightenment, when people began to appreciate the importance of learning, the importance of looking at the dose, whether it is now therapeutic dose or now it is what, a toxic dose. So it was an era where you have Paracelsus, who is described as the founding father of toxicology, and who focused more on the importance of what? The toxicant. That's a primary toxic agent and a single chemical entity. And here he said that all substances are poisons. There is none which is not a poison. The right dose differentiates a poison from what? A remedy. Dose matters. By the time we're looking at the primers on toxicology, we'll be talking about dose matter, things change, and people differ. These are the three primary of toxicology where you can describe toxicology from. Dose matters, things change, and what people differ. Now let's look at this. Yes, they say the dose makes the poison. And remember, there is a popular saying that one apple a day takes you away from what? From the doctor, isn't it? But then, in the seed of the apple, you have amygdalin, which is also very, very toxic. But then the concentration is small. And that is why when you eat and even eat the seed, you don't get any harm from it. So you are not harmed because dose matters. So what differentiates the remedy from what? A toxic or poisonous substance is what is the dose. Just like you have in the pear also that contains formaldehyde. We all know how toxic formaldehyde can be if you are exposed to it. And so on and so forth, we can begin to talk about some of these natural toxins that are found in plants. So dose actually what matters when it comes to toxicology. And that is why I'm glad when I heard the first speaker this morning speak about clinical trials. These are measures that are taken to ensure that what you have safe products, safe drugs, before you can start to administer these drugs. Gone are those days where you just formulate something and then you give people to take, even though it is still very rampant these days. I know in Nigeria there are so many places where drugs are sold. They call them concoctions. They just mix them. One drug, a concoction can cure malaria, to cure headache, cure back pain, arthritis, diabetes, just name them. Just one drug. All they will tell you is shake it very well and take 2 spoons, one in the morning or two in the morning and 2 in the evening. But when you take 2 spoons, what is the dose? What is the concentration? Nobody knows. But when they give you a tablet of paracetamol, they tell you it's 500 milligrams, isn't it? That is well established. So that is where we should be taking our research to, so that we can begin to formulate these drugs, that are well, proven to be well tested and safe for human administration. All right, so still talking about the era of enlightenment, and that is where we are. We have gone beyond that now, where experimentation is essential in the examination of responses. There's a difference between the therapeutic and toxic properties, and also whether it is possible to ascertain a degree of specificity of chemicals and their therapeutic or toxic effects. So people are now aware. They've created that awareness that if you take a drug that is not had not gone through clinical trials, you may be standing the risk of maybe organ damage or even death. So these are people that have played roles in the Enlightenment age, where you have as far back as 1775, where Port came up with the role he played in soot and scrotal cancer in chimney sweeps. We're going to be talking about this, if not today, maybe tomorrow. And that is where you have what we call occupational toxicology, where those, a certain occupation can also expose you to a lot of risk because of what the chemicals you're also exposed to. We also look at as far back as 1825, where the synthesis of phosgene and mustard gas was used as a chemical warfare. So these are, and there are people and organizations that came out and stood against some of those, man's inhumanity to fellow men or fellow man, as the case may be, where a lot of, regulations were now being established to ensure that people don't use these chemicals indiscriminately. So we also have, in the modern toxicology, where there were 2 major discoveries in 1948, the paper chromatography for chemical separation. We all know the role of chromatography, even in drug discovery, in natural product chemistry. And I'm glad I have a lot of pharmaceutical chemists and all that here. You know the role of chromatography. There was also the era of using blood and urine for testing presence of various chemicals, chemical metabolites. Now we talk about biomarkers. There are biomarkers for heart diseases, for liver diseases, and all that. So these are the evolution and the development of toxicology so far from the past to the modern day. We also have the formalization of the experimental program for the testing of food, drug, and cosmetic safety in 1955. Of course, if you also have to look at the role of FDA, I'm sure Prof will say more about that maybe tomorrow or next, the role of FDA in regulating the food we eat, the chemicals and all that. We also know the role played by Rachel Carson, in the Silent Spring book where she published that led to the establishment of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, USEPA, because of the indiscriminate use of DDT and all that in those days. So we are going to be looking at some of these things. And these are the modern day toxicology where people are aware and there are regulations to enforce the indiscriminate use of these chemicals in the environment. We also know of the first Toxicology and Applied Pharmacology, a journal that was established in 1958. That was the first journal dedicated to toxicology. And we also have the textbook of toxicology published in 1959. And also SOT that I mentioned before, the Society of Toxicology, founded in 1965. This body meets every February. I think they are meeting again next month. March, that's next month, March. Sorry, I was thinking we were still in January. So they meet in every March, and the conference is coming up in next month. And, this is where you meet renowned toxicologists from all over the world. Just in November, I was in a conference, ACT, American College of Toxicology in Austin, Texas. And I'll tell you, I could count the number of blacks in a big hall where you have a lot of toxicology. So that tells you that toxicology is, underrepresented. So for whatever knowledge they must have shared in that environment, that period, only very few will come back to Africa. And that is why we have taken our time to go out there and see how we can spread this news to more persons. So we also look at toxicology in the present time, and here we're talking about ways of developing methodologies to identify and quantify these toxic compounds. That's exactly what the STI people are doing and formulating their own products, for the people to consume, studying the mechanism of actions, predicting adverse effects, and producing antidotes. And then you look at the application in safety assessment. Is it safe, the food you eat? That's why you have, even in Nigeria, we have NAFDAC. I don't know the agency you have in Uganda here that is in charge of your food and drugs. So these are regulatory bodies that help to check and see if the food you eat is safe, if the drug that you start to use is also safe. So we also have ways of hazard evaluations to check what type of chemical of harmful effect can occur. The risk assessment is also employed, and then drug development, which STI is also championing in this region. So these are, toxicology in the present time. And then we also see animal studies, in vivo studies, and all that. So we're looking at some of the traditional toxicology testing, look at acute toxicity, subchronic toxicity, OEC guidelines. These are all agencies that are there to regulate, the chemicals we're exposed to and the drugs, whether they are safe or not for consumption. All right, so again, we look at the risk assessment paradigm. There's a paradigm change, from the past to the present, where you look at the hazard identification, hazard characterization, risk characterization, and even exposure assessment. These make up what we call the risk assessment. Any research you are doing in the area of toxicology and you don't consider risk assessment, you may not be doing the right thing. You need to assess the risk that is involved when you are exposed to any form of chemical to start with, or drugs, or the chemicals in your food, or chemicals or toxins you have in your plants, and all that. So risk assessment is a very big tool and a very important tool that is used in toxicology to achieve a lot when it comes to regulation and safety. So these are some of the tools that are also used. So we also have risk characterization, comparing the estimated daily intake to safe levels, and all that. That we'll also be talking more about in the coming days. Then looking at the future, we're going to looking at the future, we're asking questions that are resonating goal in the international community, how to reduce in vivo testing and develop alternatives to in vitro methods. Some time ago, I was running my PhD in one country like that, and I was to do an animal experiment. So I came with a lot of, my experimental design. I had to do a lot of animals. And when I presented to the people, they looked at me and said, wow, you want to use all these animals just to carry out one single experiment? No, you need to apply in vitro some other, testings and assays so that you can reduce the number of animals, because they tell you animals have rights. You don't just slaughter them. So there are efforts being made to reduce in vivo and also develop more in vitro assays. And that can also help to develop the toxicological studies. So we also have, driving forces like European Union. We have companies, you have animals that are only permitted if there are no alternative methods, and other bodies, including the West African Society of Toxicology. We are also there, to also help to drive, this goal to ensure that, people do the right thing when it comes to regulation, testing and the methodologies that you also use, for your experiments. Then the future also lies, in the omics, computational toxicology, now artificial intelligence. So you can see that when you look at artificial intelligence, people look at it as a computer-based, technique or computer-based languages and all that. But now people are also employing that in different fields of toxicology. And that's the future. And all the techniques, the person from government mentioned here today, falls into all this. These days, people are doing organs on a chip or human on a chip, studies where people go about the biosensors. Some of you also wear smart wristwatches. These are all biosensors that can tell you the number of steps you have taken, that can tell you your heart rate, can tell you the beat per minute, that can tell you whether your heart is beating fast or is beating too slow. These are all chips that are now used, and in toxicology, a lot of these chips are also employed, even in the environment. Right now, there is a collaboration we're having with the Chinese agency, where we're also looking at biosensors that can determine heavy metals in the environment. That thing is also ongoing, and we hope to achieve something out of it in the nearest future. So these are all techniques, that are applied, in the present days to check toxicology and then check our studies. We can look at the ADME and the bioinformatics, are also different tools that are used. So now let's go to many of the earliest practitioners of toxicology were women. And when I look around the hall, I see a pocket of ladies. And I'm wondering whether ladies are not interested in being toxicologists. Yeah? Or ladies in Uganda. Because when we were in Sierra Leone, in Monrovia last year, we had more ladies than even the guys last year. So maybe at this time, I would like to tell you that once you get home and you are interested in what we are doing here, when you are coming tomorrow, bring 2 or 3 of your colleagues. Bring them. We are not paying. We are not charging anything here. Let them come and learn. Let them come and listen to the information that we have come with. So, if you know you are one of a woman here, if you're a woman here and you are interested in being like one of these notable women, can you please raise your hand? Let me see. If you know that you want to be like some of these women here, can you please raise your hand? Let me see. Are you shy? Or some of you are spectators? You just came to see, these guys from Nigeria, is it true that Nigerians are coming or not? Yes, we are here. And we are here to disseminate this. That's why we are here. Huh? Huh? What you did? No, actually, if you look at the history of, we are talking history and introduction to toxicology. Women played a very wonderful role, no doubt. Madam, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what you're thinking, but the role of women cannot be overemphasized. These were people that actually, that toxicology is even still on till today. These women we're about to talk about played wonderful roles. And that's why I asked you to raise your hand if you want to be like them. But I hope after now you will still be able to raise your hand and be like them. All right, so we look at many of them. Lucrezia Borgia, who was known to be a specialist in faith-based poisonings. And she would poison people, their drinks, invite people to her house for a party, their family parties, poison their drinks, and look at the onset of what, diseases and all that will arise from that. Yes, she contributed. Poisoning somebody's drink is a toxicological act, isn't it? Yes, it's poison. And from there, people learned that if you give arsenic, for instance, this is what you will observe. This is how the person will eventually die. Or these are the symptoms you see in that person. And these things were what? Documented. It did not only end there. You see Catherine de Medici, who's also known as early experimental toxicologist. What was she doing? She was also giving what? Concoctions to the poor and the sick. She would give them very toxic chemicals, concoction, and then she will now note the onset and action of actions and symptoms that were occurred. So they were just poisoning people with different chemicals and then looking at the changes afterwards. Very wonderful contribution. So like Catherine de Medici, she will look at the rapidity of the toxic response, the effectiveness of the compound, degree and specificity of response, complaint of victims. And if you look at that, it has to do with what? Onset of action. What is the mechanism of action? What are the things that came up after they were poisoned? What is the potency? Site of the action. These are all things that we talk about in toxicology. So they actually contributed, isn't it? Great women indeed. All right, if you look at the Good Mary, she poisoned at least 102 friends, out of which 27 died, and her relatives between 1867 and 1884 by distributing what? Arsenic trioxide in hot milk for them. And she was known as what? One of the early forensic toxicologists, a woman also. So, Catherine de Shire, also an early economic toxicologist who was known for selling poisons to wives who wished to what? Get rid of themselves, of their husbands. So when they want to kill their husband, they come to her, and she was making money. So she was one of the earliest early economic toxicologists. A wonderful woman indeed as well. So when you look at Audrey Mary Frazier, she poisoned her husband who died, poisoned her daughter, also poisoned her mother and her mother-in-law. And it was seen that, the hair is one of the victims, revealed about 50 times the normal arsenic level. So these are things that women did in those days. They contributed a lot towards toxicology. And historically, there are also some poisoning victims. And, I mentioned Socrates before, how he was poisoned. And then, if you look at these great guys, I don't know how many of you know these guys. Remember anyone there? Hello? This is supposed to be an interactive class, isn't it? So if you know, raise your hand. Let me see. We'll start from, sorry, where is the pointer? Sorry, oops. Which one? This one? This one? All right. So we'll start like this. So we'll start with this. Does it look familiar to anyone? We are done with the women. These are now guys, isn't it? And these were great guys, In their time, they were very wonderful guys, well-known, very powerful guys. Powerful to the point that even today, if you do something that is wonderful, they say, wow, you have really done so well. In fact, You have done what Napoleon could not do, isn't it? I'm sure you have heard that phrase before. So you have done what Napoleon, I don't know if you know about Napoleon Bonaparte. Sorry? Yeah. Napoleon Bonaparte. What about the other guy there? Joseph Stalin, isn't it? Huh? Of the Soviet Union, of the old Soviet Union. Then you have Viktor Yushchenko and this great guy here. Do you know this guy? Yeah? Fidel Castro of Cuba. So they have something in common, just like the other women. But in their own case, they were victims because they were what? Poisoned at one point or the other in their time. Okay. As a matter of fact, this is the tomb of Napoleon Bonaparte. And then, if you look at what happened to them, Stalin, was poisoned with warfarin, which is a synthetic derivative of coumarin. Fidel Castro was also poisoned with botulinum lace pills. Of course, you knew how he tried to terrorize America in those days, and America wanted to eliminate him by all means. So they did everything possible to get him eliminated. The CIA, everybody were involved in all that. It was a high political issue. And then, even Viktor Yushchenko, you can see, poisoned with dioxin. And that transformed his face, from, sorry. You can see what he looked like before and after. That's the effect of dioxin. Dioxin is a chemical. And then you can see that being exposed to that dioxin actually changes skin. Even in recent times, this is a picture. And then the use of radioactive polonium. You guys know him, it's Arafat. He was the guy that started, this Palestinian struggle a long time ago. But when he died, it was discovered that he was exposed towards radioactive polonium. So these are high-class, poison that took place in history. And it's also helped us in toxicology to know that these chemicals can be good, and they can also be very bad. But in all that, what we also say is that the dose makes what? The poison. So that's another picture of Viktor Yushchenko. That was in July 2004, and by November the same year, 2005, after he had been exposed, you can see the difference between his face as of July and November the same year. So, I'm sure we're also familiar with this. Huh? Is there anybody here who doesn't know what this is? Huh? Why is it important? Because every chemical we are talking about, all the compounds that are synthesized have their origin from here. Whether it is lead, whether it is cadmium, whether it is polonium, just name it. Arsenic, just name it. Everything is here. So the periodic table has almost all the elements that are used to formulate these compounds. So, since we are looking at toxicology, so I want you to look at this, that if you're a pharmacologist, or if you study pharmacology, you're into genetics, microbiology, ecology, pathology, immunology, epidemiology, industrial hygiene, molecular biology, public health, biochemistry, chemistry, biology, physiology, statistics, engineering, you can be a toxicologist. So toxicology is not only narrowed down to pharmacologists or medical doctors or biologists. So you can see statisticians, engineers, because they have different roles to play. And now we're talking about collaborative research. So even if you are carrying out a toxicological study, you need people from different fields, to join you in your research and then help you to come up with something that will be what? Groundbreaking. So don't stay in silos. You have been hearing that. Don't remain in silos. Don't come out and collaborate. Don't go to the lab when your mates or your colleagues have all gone home because you don't want them to see what you are doing. You want to make that wonderful papers. No, somebody's idea, just one. Let me give you a story. Last 2 years, I had these students, biochemistry students, undergraduate. They were my students. And they happened to be my project students. But I noticed that these two guys are very good with machine learning, programming. So I told them, this time around, I have others who are going to be doing animal experiments, but for both of you, we're going to write a program that we can use to harness all the data that we have concerning lead, cadmium, nickel, chromium, in a community called Ogoni land, in a place called Ogoni land where you have high level of hydrocarbons. And based on that, these guys were able to come up with a program and an app. I don't have a network here. I will have been able to show. Maybe when I get a better network, I'll show you that app. And we call it ToxMet, Toxicology of Metals, ToxMet. And they came up with a program that can help us towards, give us an idea of based on data available, different points in Ogoni land where you can, see these heavy metals based on what has been published. So you can see that these guys were studying biochemistry, but they were using the machine learning language to develop an app. And that was what started that the conversation with the Chinese people. And they said, no, we can actually come up with a biosensor rather than what? Just doing hardware stuff. And that is where we are today. So don't limit yourself and don't hide what you know, because you never can tell. If I didn't ask them how many of you are good in programming, I wouldn't have known. And actually one of them is in the UK now under a project, by the UK government. These are young chaps and they are doing very well. So when we look at some disciplines, in toxicology, look at descriptive, mechanistic, regulatory, and then we have clinical and forensic toxicology, as disciplines. So these are the definitions. I don't want to go so much into that. These are definitions of descriptive. This is the science of toxicity testing to provide information for safety evaluation and regulatory requirements. We also have the mechanistic toxicology, which has to do with identification and understanding cellular, biochemical, and molecular bases. And that is where the research is now, a molecular basis. What is the mechanism of action? What is interacting with what to give what? So these are some of the things that we need to be discussing. And then we have the regulatory toxicology, which the first speaker today, lays so much emphasis on, with respect to what they are doing and how they are going through different clinical trials to ensure that the drugs, they are going to push into the market, be safe for administration and all that. And this includes the legal framework that will promulgate by governmental agencies. And she works for the government, and she has been able to do a lot in that regard. So you have clinical toxicology, forensic toxicology. She mentioned a lot about that here so far today. And then you ask your questions. Question, who are toxicologists? So if you know, like this, like I mentioned before, you are a toxicologist. So by the time we leave here at the end of the week, I'm sure we'll have been able to make many of you toxicologists. So many of you just came to listening, but I'm sure our interaction will also spur you to be part of what we are doing. So we'll look at what toxicologists do. Of course, they develop mechanistic understanding of effects of drugs, chemicals, in the environment. They ensure safer chemical products. They develop safer drugs and medicines. You can see when you take a drug through different clinical trial stages, that is what you're trying to achieve. They also help to determine risks from chemical exposures. They help to develop treatments for chemical exposures, ensure a safe food and water supply, and then forensics. So these are the things that toxicologists will do. And many more branches like I mentioned, those are regulatory, food, environmental, forensic, mechanistic, and all that. So much has been said about poison. And like Theodore Levitt says, that anything in excess is a poison, including the water you drink. So even the water they are sharing now, if you take too much of it, those of you who are taking water out there now, if you take too much of it, it becomes a poison. Yeah. Remember, Paracelsus tells you that everything is what? Poison. There is nothing that is not what? Poison. What makes the poison is what? Is the dose. Many of you know that even in experimental designs, in research, people use overdose of paracetamol to effect hepatotoxicity. I'm sure you know that. Also, you have carbon tetrachloride. But this is the same paracetamol you and I take for headache. But when you now take it in excess, it begins to act something else in the body. So these mechanisms, within this week, we are going to be looking at it as we are just starting with the introduction. All right, so we'll look at some basic terminologies. Toxins, substances that are produced naturally, plant origin, animal origin, and all that. We have the venoms that we have in snakes. Then toxicity, which is the degree to which a substance is what? Poisonous or can cause injury. Then toxic agent, anything, either it's biological, physical, or chemical agent, that will be what? Cause any harm to human, animal, plant, the environment. And then toxicants, any chemical that can injure or kill humans, animals, or plants, and can act as what? Poison. So looking at systemic toxin or organic toxin, some affect the entire body and may not be organ specific. So they are said to be what? Systemic toxins, while the organic toxin affects specific tissues or organs. Again, if you look at different branches which we have talked about before, environmental, reproductive toxicology, applied toxicology, analytical toxicology, veterinary toxicology. If you look at all these branches of toxicology, you cannot do them or carry out research in this area in isolation. And that is why somebody who is a pharmacologist would need a statistician to interpret his or her result or data. Of course, the person has to be what? You have to acknowledge the work the person did for you or his input. Somebody who is doing reproductive toxicology will also want to work with an animal and environmental biologist, because there are certain things you also need to study. Mechanism of action, the organ, even pathologies. That's why when you carry out your studies and you do histological examination, what are you trying to see? The effect of your drug on what? The tissues. You may not be able to interpret that, but the pathologist, or maybe somebody who studied anatomy, may have a knowledge, of how to interpret those, chemical, the effect of the drugs in your animals. So we're also going to be talking about route of exposure, talking about dermal exposure through the skin, ingestion, oral, our lungs, even injection. And then all these different routes, have different mechanisms. Some of them are slow, some are what? Fast. You know, if you get exposed to a gas, for instance, that is very toxic through inhalation, it can be very, very, harmful and harmful to the organism or to the human or anybody that is exposed to it. And then those that you come in contact with the skin, as we'll be looking at occupational toxicology much later, maybe tomorrow, we'll look at the effect of soot, the black soot, on those that we describe as chimney sweep. We also look at those who carried out their occupation, who were exposed to aniline dye, in the past. Young ladies, just because they were using aniline dye and they got exposed to it, and that resulted into cancer in majority of them that worked in such factory. So you look at the importance of those. This in toxicology can also not be overemphasized because it's an important factor in toxicology. And all substances have the potential to be toxic if given to living organisms in the right conditions and dose. And that is why LD50, lethal dose 50, is very important in animal studies because your essence or the reason why you are carrying out your study is not because you want to gather animals, feed them something, and they all die. No. Because you want to gradually, expose these animals to different concentrations of the chemical or a drug agent to see the effect of that. And LD50, and also what we call dose response, the graph, the curve. We're also going to be dealing more on that, even toxicity testing and all that, as time goes on in this program. So these are some more importance of studying toxicology. I think, yeah. So we want to look at exposure, looking at the pharmacokinetics of these drugs or toxicokinetics of these chemical substances, and then you look at the effect of that on the cell, organ, tissue, and all that. That is what we do as toxicologists. And I believe that many of us, even though if we have not been doing that, we have not done any research whatsoever, we'll begin to look at some of these areas in our research. But I'm glad that Mbarara University is also championing the area of drug toxicology and drug remedy, development. And we also hope that these visits and this workshop will bring more collaboration, in future. So we look at acute toxicity mechanism, chronic and subchronic toxicity mechanism. There are those that are acute, subchronic, and chronic toxicity mechanism. And these are some of the things that you see, that actually take place when something is acute. Acute depends on the period. A short period, sometimes something lingers for a long time, can be subchronic and chronic. The exposure can also be acute exposure or chronic or subchronic exposure. I think, just because of time, I have a lot more things to say, but I'll share this slide with you. And I don't want to bore us with many of these things, but, tomorrow again we'll continue. But at this point, I want to say thank you very much for listening to these introductory parts. And we are open for discussion now. Thank you. The gospel. Okay, you have one. Yeah, questions, discussion. So here we are open to comments, discussion, anything you want to talk about, any experience you want to share. If you have been doing a toxicological research and you didn't know, and it's beginning to occur to you now that you may have been a silent toxicologist and you have not really, known about that. We can talk about anything that you want us to discuss. Anybody can ask anybody any question, and we are here to listen to you. Thank you. So maybe I should start asking, how many of you are actually into toxicological studies? Please, we are here to discuss, we are here to learn, we are here to collaborate, we are here to assist one another, we are here to improve on what you are doing and also improve on what we are also doing. So feel free to comment, feel free to share your experiences with us so that we can also learn from you guys.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Daniel Chance. I'm a pharmacist and a pharmacologist from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I appreciate you so much, Professor. Because I'm a clinical pharmacist, you've given me a very beautiful picture on toxicology, and I've picked a lot more interest. I picked a lot of interest when you shared some foods that have some dangerous substances that, like formaldehyde and the likes. So I wanted to know if someone exceeded the daily intake in terms of cumulative toxicity, how long could it take? And also when I saw one of those leaders that was poisoned in July 2004, and issues started manifesting in November, it kept me wondering the duration of time from time of exposure to some of these toxicant substances, because perhaps maybe in politics they use it sometimes even today, we are not sure, where they expose someone to something and then maybe they die years later or months later. So I wanted some clarification on that. Otherwise, thank you for the Toximate app. I'll surely look for it, probably use it in my application. Thank you so much.
You will not get it now because we are still trying to get it registered and all that, so that you can start paying for it.
I'll get your contact and follow up. Thank you.
All right. Okay, if you look at that, the emphasis on that, on what we say the dose makes the poison, is to tell you that sometimes you get exposed to chemical substances or toxins, either from what you eat or the environment you find yourself without you knowing. But necessarily, they may be there, but it's actually the dose that makes the poison. And if you look at, in some countries, some of these estimated daily intakes, intake are all regulated. For instance, the FAO, you have maybe Canada, you have European Union, they have different limits depending on what, the organizations in every country or every region have decided to use as their permissible limits. But it does not mean here, what we are saying is that even this fruit that we eat to stay healthy contains these toxins. But we don't feel the effect because the dose actually makes the poison. So when you bioaccumulate some of these things in your system, it can begin to have effects. But the body also has its own mechanism of what? Eliminating this from the system. Because when it goes through the A, D, M, and E, of course, some of these, during metabolism, they are converted from toxic to non-toxic. Especially if they are water soluble, the body can eliminate them through sweat, through your urination, or through your saliva. Or if they are lipid soluble, the body may find it more extremely difficult to eliminate them, and they remain in the system. So they are there, but the body itself has its own mechanism of what? Naturally eliminating this because the dose is small. And as such, may not be able to have any effect on the individual. That doesn't mean you should stop eating apple. Please don't. You don't have to stop it. But in toxicology, we say the dose either makes the poison or the remedy. All right.
Thank you very much. This was really a very good presentation, and I appreciated it, especially the history part of it. And I'm mostly going towards that side. I can see the ethics involved in this kind of research sometimes a bit complex. You alluded to the different regulations, levels, what is supposed to be the guidelines from different parts of the world. So I see that this area is a bit, how to say, a bit difficult because of the regulatory frameworks being really very fluid, I could say. So I'm wondering whether even in this course we are going to talk about those difficulties around regulations to do with toxicology and so on. Because especially if it is toxins from environment, it may be different from when you are doing research. You see? I don't know whether because if you are from environment, you can be exposed to a lot more. But if you are going to do research, you are using animals, again, the ethics becomes complicated. So I want to say something about regulations.
Yeah, regulations, like we said, and it has been, hammered on severally by the first speaker today. It depends on your government to start with and the kind of policies that you have on ground to manage, how chemicals are used. Let me tell you, on a daily basis, more and new chemicals are being generated. Even those of us, there are sometimes we generate some of these chemicals in our homes. For instance, when you fry your food and have it deeply fried, you generate acrylamide. Yes. If you roast your yam or roast your fish, you generate the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. These are things that we inflict on ourselves because we want to enjoy smoked fish, or you want to enjoy, excuse me, smoked plantain or roasted plantain or fried chicken and all that. So many things. Excuse me. So in some other cases, if you look at some of the practices, for instance, in our homes, I don't know about in Uganda, but in Nigeria, sometimes when the rain starts, you start seeing pockets of small pools of water around that can breed mosquitoes. And it's oftentimes, people get spent crankcase oil, what you call condemned oil. I don't know if you know condemned oil. Condemned engine, that's used engine oil. When you change your oil from your engine, they store it, and they pour it around the homes. To do what? To wade away mosquitoes, or they say it prevents reptiles. Some tell you that it prevents grasses from growing. In Nigeria, most homes have their boreholes, dug in their compounds. So everybody generates his or her own water within the compound. And when these things have undergone combustion in the engine, it's no longer that fresh oil that you put into the engine from the beginning. After a few months, combustion has taken place, the texture of the oil is no longer the same, and then the toxicity of the oil may also increase. And then when you pour these things in your homes, what does it do? It percolates the soil, isn't it? And then it gets back to your water, and then you take that. So the regulation of chemicals is strictly a government thing. All we need to do is that to preach so that government can enforce, and enforce these regulations with the use of chemicals, like, pesticides, for instance. There are some places where people use pesticides indiscriminately. When you use what we call aerial, spraying of chemicals on farmlands, mind you, depending on the direction of the wind, those chemicals you are spraying from in the air may be dispersed, depending on the direction of the wind, to somewhere else, maybe to a nearby river. So what happens? The chemicals will bioaccumulate inwards in the river. And then when these organisms, the phytoplankton, the zooplankton, the lower animals, the bigger animals, it begins to biomagnify in the environment. And then we as human beings, we're always at the top of the food chain or the food web, whatever. And we also get exposed to this. So it's strictly the prerogative of the government to say, this chemical you cannot use for so thing. Look at the use of flavoring, taste enhancers. We're going to talk about all those things. Flavors, MSGs, there was a time monosodium glutamate was an issue. But now they say it's even safe. It has been regarded as what? GRAS, isn't it? It has been classified as a GRAS. That's generally regarded as what? As safe. So a lot of chemicals are in the environment. Even if you bring a microscope here now, if you see what is in this room, you run away. But we are exposed to all these things. Some use chemicals to ripen, carbide to ripen their fruits. I don't know about Uganda, but it's a common thing in Nigeria. The use of carbide to ripen plantain, fruits generally. So it depends on the government, and if you are lucky to have a government that is responsive and helps you to regulate the use of this indiscriminate use of these chemicals in the environment, everybody will be safe. Thank you. Right.
I think I'm proposing maybe, because we don't do much, but maybe we could find a way of advocating for regional or continental kind of frameworks. I don't know whether it's possible.
Yeah, that's why we have a regional body like WASOT. And I don't know whether you have an Eastern Society of Toxicology, East African Society of Toxicology. I don't know about that. Otherwise, we will have started a conversation here now to see the collaboration between the West Africa and the East Africa come together. Perhaps one of these days they have that meeting at the African Union. We can go there and throw a paper in there and say, this is our stand on this, because we represent this category of human beings in Africa. That would be a good way to start. But then we as individuals, we also need to look at ourselves. I don't know whether you have been to a mechanic workshop before. I don't know what the setting looks like in Uganda, but in Nigeria, it's one place I don't like to go. Why? Because it's a place where you see a spray painter spraying openly with paint thinners. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Openly, and somebody is sitting down there waiting for his car to be repaired. By the time you leave that place, you are taking a dose of paint thinners. It's a place you see, they call them panel beaters. I don't know whether you have panel beaters there. Those who use calcium carbide, this carbide, to carry out oxyacetylene flame to weld either your exhaust and all that. By the time they are done with that, what do you see in the tank? The spent carbide, isn't it? And oftentimes they bring them out and heap them in the mechanic garage there, just one corner. What happens when it rains? There's a runoff. These things are carried to your plants, to your farmlands, and it affects your plants. They are taken to your river. Your fish, take them in, and eventually it comes to your table. Perhaps, maybe the fish you ate there up in this afternoon may have been one that has been contaminated either with mercury or whatever. You never can tell. So we need to be upright in this advocacy for chemical-free environment, so that we can also be safe as well. So maybe we can start a conversation if you have a group like that. Come to me. Dr. Godswill is there. He knows how to reach out to me, so we can continue a conversation from there. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Chitio Robert. I'm a student from the Department of Pharmacology, Mbarara University. In your presentation, you talked about computational technology, pharmacology, toxicology, and the future. And you talked about AI and machine learning. And that's where my interest is. Because in my research, one of my objectives is to develop a program which can predict toxicological and pharmacokinetic parameters. And this model has been trained on very many compounds so that it can predict the properties of a new compound which it has never seen. And just recently, I was able to realize that LD50 was able to predict LD50 of a new compound which has been got from GCMS, from only a chemical structure without going to the laboratory. And I'm wondering, I think, I've not made consultations, but I think this is a good platform to ask this, because I know I have to defend this, if there are ethical concerns and legal frameworks of using machine learning and AI in toxicological and medical research. Thank you.
Well, if I got what you asked, or your question, GCMS was used to determine the LD50 of a compound without carrying out the the structure of the compound.
The structure, then the structure, when I put it on my model, predicts the LD50.
Yeah, I can predict that as predictive. Yes.
So, I'm wondering if there are ethical concerns in using machine learning models in toxicological research, because no need to go to the lab.
No, it depends on the problem.
Yeah. See, now, you are seeing us as people who came from somewhere as resource persons, but we are here to learn from you. Machine learning and all of the things that we are hearing now in silico, these things are new, and it's mainly the intent with your generation. We are looking forward to, I've told Goswill that even before now, I told him that I need like 2 or 3 chaps from here, East Africa, that I'm going to get into a network of running such stuff. So if some of you are already into machine learning, it would be good to know who these people are. It would be good to network with you, so that when we see openings for trainings, short-term fellowship and things like that, we recommend you. You go and run such trainings. Now, to be specific, addressing your question, it is possible. You can do many things, from bioinformatics to chemoinformatics. There are many things you can do without going to the lab. It is something that we need to really push harder in Africa. Why? It is a lot cheaper. Just with your laptop, you are doing what will have taken months and years to achieve in the lab. You are no longer buying reagents. You are no longer killing animals. No ethical issues. Just in silico, you are doing a lot of things. That is where the world is going to. And I want to encourage the young people here to go into that. Please go into that. One of us mentioned something like, where are the environmental people? Where are the computational people? These are areas that we are going to be talking a lot of drugs here, because that's the center point, that is the focus of most people here, especially with respect to what they are doing in the Center of Excellence here. But we are not restricting everybody there. There are people who go into various, you saw what was shown in the presentation. People who go into different areas. We are not experts in all the areas, but we can get you connected to some of those areas so that you begin to develop it. One thing with the toxicology in Africa is that it is new here. Toxicology is an old discipline, but it is new in the continent of Africa. So the earlier you join now, the better for you, because you are going to become the early callers. Within a short period, you become a pillar in East Africa. You can take it to various parts of East Africa. You can take it to even beyond this place. I would like to be talking with this young man at the end of this session, okay? Thank you.
My question was if there are ethical concerns.
No, there are no ethical concerns. But look at this now. I don't want to preempt anything. Maybe on Wednesday we are going to go into the nitty-gritty of regulations and why we don't have these things in Africa. I don't want to preempt anything now. But when we do come up with preliminary data, come up with basic information to aid us in setting the standards for our region or for our countries. Now, to set those standards, the robustness of whatever standard you are setting is dependent on the number of models you have tested. For instance, if you are using machine learning, for instance, yes, you are making a point, but those standards are not cast on stone. I consult for WHO in this aspect, and every year we run 2 regulatory meetings, one in June and one in December. Now, what are we doing? Based on systematic reviews of subjects we have looked into, we look at some standards and we round them down or we take them up. But it be based on the volume and the quantity of research done on a particular, say, food or chemical that is in everyday use. Depending on what you are doing, we can raise the level or we can reduce the level. I'm not going to preempt anything now, but let me just give you an example with lead. Lead is a big issue in Africa. Unfortunately, nobody knows the number of people that have died of lead in Africa. It's unfortunate. But let me tell you this. About, I can't quote the value now, but I think over 15,000 people, 15,000 Americans died in the Vietnam War. Now, lead alone that seeps into the water people drink in North America, as advanced as they are, has been documented in literature to have killed 4 times more Americans that died in the Vietnam War. And once they found out that troublesome data, they declared a war. And what is the war? They said, America is at war. You can Google what I'm saying. America is at war. They waged war on lead. And the first thing they did was to round down. They had to bring down the level of lead, permissible level of lead. In very old literature, they will tell you that the permissible level of lead in your blood should be 10 micrograms per dl. If you go to the literature now, they brought it down to 5 micrograms per dl. For 8 years, I was in the WHO committee. We met for 8 years. We didn't arrive at a conclusive value. We wanted to bring it down to 2.5 micrograms per dl, but the groups were not agreeing. So we paused it. We want people to do more research that will aid us to resume the conversation. I don't want to really preempt anything, but you'll be hearing more of these regulatory issues as we go on in this training. But just know one thing. We need to generate data that pertains to us in Africa. We don't have data. Everything we are doing now is by faith. Do you understand? What is faith? What is faith? It's evidence of what you can see. They just say, take it by faith, you take it. You know, but we want to get Africa out of that cul-de-sac. And who will do that? We'll start at least at country level. Who is going to do that for Uganda? You. It's not spirits that will do it. It's human beings that will do this. Do you understand? So, we are looking forward to young people here who will develop apps or who use existing apps to do things in silico that will give us access to data that will aid us to interpret what is happening in our environment and to really conquer our environment. If a man cannot conquer his environment, it's just a piece of matter. Do you understand? What is matter? Anything that has weight and occupies space. What is this thing? It's matter. Do you want to be this thing? God forbid. So until we begin to understand our environment and conquer our environment, we are just a piece of matter. That is not too good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Orich, for responding to those questions and queries. Also, thank you very much, Professor Patrick Iwaya, who doubles as the president of the West African Society of Toxicology. Thank you for the eye-opening discourse. During your discourse, you mentioned something about during the COVID era, that it was postulated that COVID will wipe out Africa. And then you linked that up to some medicinal plants. I saw you projected aloe vera, Gracina cola, and moringa. And just to add on to that, in a collaborative research work with my team and Professor Orish, which was submitted for publication, I think on the 24th night of December last year, titled Reverse Pharmacology and Tradomedicare in Africa. Are we at a crossroad? We were able to realize that, just like you mentioned, that there are many medicinal plants that contains, particularly from the post-COVID investigations, realized that plants like cabbages, broccoli, turmeric, pepper, ginger, all this contains one isolated polyphenol that can modulate the NF-κP and then the NRF2 pathway. Sulforaphane has been implicated in the COVID-19 mediated cytokine storm. So this shows that we, just like Prof mentioned, that we are the ones to solve our problems. So we should look into what we know before. Hippocrates said, let food be your medicine and medicine your food. So let's go back to nature, because we are blessed with these, okay? And again, with what Prof just mentioned, Prof, it will interest you to know that one of my master's students is actually working on the Muboko irrigation scheme, which has been known to be the food basket for the western part of Uganda and even beyond, and analyzing some edible fruits, water and soil samples for heavy metals and other contaminants. The results, though, are still under analysis. We're trying to run a Monte Carlo simulation. But currently, with the results, they are both permissible limit, and I became scared. So hopefully once we're done with that, I've been consulting you on that aspect too, so we'll see where we are heading to. So just like you mentioned, we need to wake up, set up policies, either review permissible limit, or sadly in these parts of the world, Africa, we lack strong regulatory bodies, particularly for environmental or persistent environmental contaminants. So this is a wake-up call for all of us. And also, in my position as the publicity secretary of the West African Society of Toxicology, my president, amiably present here, Professor Kingsley Iwaya, who has whispered to me that there's something we should do for people in this part of the globe. Specifically, from the 19th to the 23rd of February. So they will be moving from this training to the conference. We have the West African Society of Toxicology, the 12th conference coming up. And he had mentioned that it will be an honor. We are extending that privilege to all of us here to submit abstracts. And then you can present it virtually, and it will be free of charge. So you don't need to pay abstract submission. Just register for the conference and then present your findings. So particularly students, researchers, and senior faculty members are encouraged to make their submissions. I will be sharing how the format on how we can make that possible. Thank you.
Yes, someone behind you.
Sorry, I had something very small. The young man here was worried that, sorry, didn't get your name. Chitio. So you have your work. If your LD50, if your product, like I'm speaking from from an ethics committee side, if you are going to introduce your product to the animal, if you are going to introduce your product to the human beings, after doing your in-silico studies, we should come in their ethics concerns. That's a major point I wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for ourselves. I think even our presenter deserves a better clap. And I think we have been seated for quite a long period of time. May I kindly request you to stand up? There is one more guy, in this house, unfortunately has gone out. So he's always our energizer. So in STI, I belong to STEMA University, but I also work for STI. So we are going to do a 2 factorial for Professor. Double. I'm demonstrating myself. Can you open up your hands? So the normal 3 factorial goes like this. 3 factorial. Those are 3. Those are 2. Now we do both the hands and the legs. What am I meaning? Understood? Yes. Understood, everybody? Yes. So, warm up. All right. 1, 2, 3, we go. All right, so for those who may be seeing me for the first time, my name is Samuel Beko Bakiro. I come from STEMA University, and here I'm representing the president of the Uganda Pharmacology Society. I've been tasked to do a few things for housekeeping and for tomorrow, but let me also share my experience briefly before we go. I want to assure members that the lectures for today are done. The rest is just business that is going to help us for tomorrow. Our professor asked if we have some health experiences regarding toxicology. Basically, I have a few also things to share. One I wanted to start with, that when he was talking about, I was remembering a course unit I did regarding international treaties on toxicology. And I do believe all of us here perhaps have heard of the Basel Convention, we have heard of the Kyoto and many other things. And some of these international treaties have been put in place, but the African contribution to them has been a little bit less or minimal, and we need to rise to the mantle. And had it not been the grasshopper effect, perhaps that affected so much the whites, you remember that scenario. How many are alive to that grasshopper effect scenario? I may assume when people have not read about it. When they were bringing some pollutants to Africa, and when they accumulated in Africa, they had the global steam distillation. They went back to them, and they were shocked because of our differences in climate. So the issue of international treaties, and when we talk about regional issues, it is very, very important that we get together, we become stronger to fight some of these issues. Another issue I wanted to talk about, like in Uganda, I come from, again, a natural product scientist. I do a lot of some work in natural products. And when we came to evaluate and standardize some of our products, we have got a number of issues when it comes to toxicological assessments and so many other things. With some people believing that when you say natural products are relatively safe, then people don't believe because they have some evidences, they think they have Whether it is statistically powered, I don't know. But the issue I want to talk about is that there is a lot we need to do as toxicologists in order to ascertain that what enters into the body is relatively safe. And from a Ugandan perspective, we have issues of pesticide residues. I don't know what is the situation in Nigeria. Pesticide residues in Uganda have become a very big burden, particularly, especially in the organic farming. Some of us, you know, chicken in Uganda is one of the most delicious foods. So when they say don't eat chicken because it is contaminated with pesticides, you can only do it 2 months. After 3 months, you are eating again because everywhere you go on a good party, they will serve chicken. And after eating it, you remember that, but maybe the chicken I ate was contaminated with some of these pesticides. So the issue of pesticide residues is our serious concern, and we need to, I don't know whether we have a discussion about some other thing. The other thing which has been talked about, Uganda has a lot of snakes, and we have got many scientists getting interested in snakes. Even in Mbarara here, I know 2 students who are trying to work on venoms. I do believe that it will be very important for some of us who may be potential examiners or supervisors to appreciate about these snakes are really very, very, very serious in Uganda. I don't know what is the situation again in Nigeria. The other thing which is very important to us is the issue of mycotoxins and aflatoxins in Uganda. It's a very serious issue of toxicological concern. I don't know what is the situation again in Nigeria. When you look at Uganda, many of our produce, particularly cereals like maize, have been rejected on account that they are contaminated with the aflatoxins. In coming to try to decontaminate aflatoxins is nearly next to impossible, with our farmers only resorting to throwing it away. And they are throwing it away in the same soil where they are growing the next harvest, and so on. And so it becomes an issue of recycling here and there. So the issue of aflatoxins is a very serious issue that many of our scientists are linking to the growing burdens of the cancer. I do believe my esteemed professor was talking about lack of data to support some of these issues is a very serious issue that we need to wake up to seriously. One of the trainings we had was in Uganda, one of the medicines that doesn't miss in a home is paracetamol. Doesn't. So, and there have been a lot of indications that paracetamol is one of the biggest contributors to hepatotoxicity. I don't know what is the situation in Nigeria looking like, but this is a serious issue. Before many of our people make noise about herbal medicines that destroying the liver, perhaps it is the paracetamol that is being kept at home. Every day you have a fever, paracetamol, and so on. So the issue of paracetamol poisoning, though not lethal at some levels, but all of us are alive to the fact that it can cause that. So those are all issues of toxicological concerns that we need to discuss around when it comes to this. It is also important to note that pharmaceutical residues, some of us, our population still depend on water from wells and so on and so forth. I don't know whether in Nigeria you have successfully developed methods of purifying pharmaceutical residues from water. I don't know. Maybe that is another thing. But here we have situations where there is no proper disposal of some of the pharmaceutical byproducts, and they end up in our water bodies. And the studies are indicating that some of these have gone beyond the acceptable levels, and our people are taking. So this comes into the concept of One Health when you're discussing pharmaceutical residues, AMR, among other things. And this is also another growing toxicological concern in that regard. Lastly, regarding that area, I wanted to talk about, the issue of modeling. I want to see pharmacometricians in this room to tell us how can we apply some of the recent technologies in solving some of the things. I'm not a pharmacometrician, but I hear using pharmacometrics, you can troubleshoot some of these things using small samples, get data, and then inform the bigger community. So I don't know whether we have some in this house. And the issue of modeling, I'm getting converted that modeling is one of the necessary tools we need if we are to troubleshoot some of these very pressing issues. Among the other very many issues, we have talked about heavy metals, so we don't need to miss out a talk, and many other things. So me as a person, I'm really looking forward to talking live things around these areas, because these are real concerns that are affecting Uganda, but I also believe they affect other parts of the world. Going back to natural therapeutics, I think the most common thing that is connecting us, perhaps, we want to develop natural therapeutics in Africa. And if this is done, people are looking at the money it is associated with, but also the resource that we are having. So what is toxicology with regards to natural therapeutics? So since this is the main issue that we are talking about, perhaps today, we may not go to look at other issues. So we need to bring out the elements of assessing toxicity of natural therapeutics. And to what extent can we go, or how far can we go? These are things I'm looking forward to discuss. I presented my product in South Africa, and I left the conference when I'm convinced that I've not done enough toxicity assessment. After presenting all my data and so on, then they asked, have you tried to evaluate how your product interacts with cytochrome P450? First of all, it was the first time I knew that I had to evaluate it. Then the professors were discussing. That's how we need to look at. No, telling you, see, a product may be okay here, but if you don't know how it affects cytochrome P450, it may elevate them, it may inhibit them, and that only change may cause this and the other, and so on. And if you cannot talk about hepatotoxicity, and all these are things we need to discuss. So I want to say that this is a very important training for those who develop natural therapeutics, and I hope we can go as far as that is concerned. So as we try to close up this day, I would like to recognize the presence of the heads of department. It is protocol-wise now that who are in this room. Thank you for coming. Let's clap for our heads of departments who are in the room. I want to recognize the lecturers who are present. If you're a lecturer, thank you for sparing time. I don't know how it feels to sit with your lecturer and you start learning. It is really very energizing. I hope lecturers who think that they know it all died. Are they still here? Yeah, I hope we are learning together. So thank you for sparing time and accepting to be in the same class with your students. And I want to recognize students who have come. Clap for yourself, students. That's very, very. And to our facilitators, we don't take it for granted in Uganda. You have traveled to come and give us knowledge. But most importantly, we want to network. I was telling my neighbor there that the major reason I came here is not to learn toxicology, but I've come to make new friends too. So far I've gotten a professor and I have his contact. I don't know which contact have you got? That's the most important thing I came here, to make 2 new friends that are going to shape my next 2 years probably. And that is very, very important. So I may not get the toxicology, but at least I have his contact. And I can share we are left with 10 minutes, I'm within time. When I presented in one conference, and a fellow friend who is Nigerian identified, and they invited me. You know, in a world of, is it called scamming and so on. So I received a letter from Nigeria. Sorry, Nigeria is a popular country everywhere you go. So when you talk about Nigeria, we really respect you guys. So people called me and say, you know, I'm Professor so-and-so. We've seen the work you're doing. We want to invite you and join the governing council. Like, in Nigeria? I'm a Ugandan? You mean there are no Nigerians who can do this work? I didn't believe it. So they put me in a group, and that group is called, I was showing my professor there, Hippocrates Initiative for Food as Medicine. A big WhatsApp. So when I reached into that group, I saw over 3,000 people
So they started discussing, they're only discussing food as medicine. And their slogan is, if you don't want to eat food as medicine, you'll eat medicine as food. It is in Nigeria. So I've been there for like 6 months. So they constituted a governing council. And actually, by God's grace, I'm a member of that governing council. But I was not believing. So they made an online platform, they ushered us, people attend, but still I was not believing. Not until I've asked my esteemed professor, do you know these people? And I'm happy to report that the person who is communicating, he knows the person very well and is an external examiner. Now I'm going to give my ideas very well to this group. Thank you for coming. And actually, I've been there in the council, they talk, they ask me, please help, and I'm like, am I really not dealing with people? You know, I have some gold in Uganda here, and they coming for me in another way. So I've been in the meeting, I attend, you know, they told us that Nigeria is a very sharp country, so they are very sharp people. So currently in Uganda, I hold some gold. The president is about to launch very soon. So when they put me there, I was like, ee. So I didn't rush. So I've been on my guard. Even when they ask me, I don't answer. Because I thought this could be. So, Prof, I'm very happy to learn that you know the chairperson and he knows the member. So I'm going to be now an active member because it is through that network. Actually, there are some 3 professors from Ghana that are doing this work. So it is very interesting that we network and to be very, very, very important. So I think I'm becoming a Nigerian. I'm going to ask for citizenship. I don't know whether you can also do like our president did. We shall be very grateful. Okay, so on that note, therefore, I want to request, I've been instructed, this is not mine, that you get a piece of paper, all of you. Get out a piece of paper from a notebook you were given, 1 piece of paper. And I have to provide accountability. So I request each and every one of us to pluck out a piece of paper. And you are going to answer 2 questions. Question number 1, I'm the timekeeper. Don't write your name, confidential. Very good. Just get a piece of paper and answer the following 2 questions. Thank you for being very good listeners. Number 1, in today's session, what has excited you most? I'm going to give 2 minutes for people to remember the whole session, how it was. Not for professor, from the way it started. You can say it was the breakfast, it was lunch, but really number 1. So in today's session, what has excited you so much? The PRO for the Toxicology Society is going to be our monitor to pick these things. But let's do the gender balance. You have over, Madam Rita, you are going to collect these things. 30 seconds injury time to answer that one. Don't answer 2, answer 1. I'm seeing people writing now essays. Answer only 1 in today's session, and the one who gave me the job has already come. So I'm doing the last thing. What has excited you most? 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, 0. Question number 2. As Madam Rita is standing up to pick the papers, today, we are coming tomorrow. What do you think we should improve? Write 1 thing that you want us to improve tomorrow. Don't leave, these are simple things. For example, someone can say, tomorrow all of us introduce ourselves. I'm giving an answer. Someone can say, tomorrow we go up to 9 in the night. Because today we are going now, after what I'm saying. So, I'm using my eyes to count. In Uganda, we don't point fingers, but I'm counting using my eyes, and those are the answers I want. Hope there is no examination malpractice going to take place. Somewhere, some students go away with the, the booklets. So I will be very grateful for that. I want to recognize the arrival of the chairperson organizing committee. Dr. Ororo Joseph defended his PhD recently, and we are very proud of him as one of the leading toxicologists in Uganda, no, in East African region. So thank you so much for making this possible. He serves as an executive member for Uganda Pharmacology Society. It is my duty to tell you about Uganda Pharmacology Society. I'm only seeing members of Uganda Pharmacology Society. Can I see by show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, all of us can be members of the Uganda Pharmacology Society. And I've whispered to our esteemed professor that we either form the Uganda Toxicology Society, or we bring all toxicologists into the Uganda Pharmacology Society and create a theme for toxicology. And this has to happen before this week ends. We have all the support from government and from all the stakeholders. Why not? This is the best time for us to have this. So Dr. Ororo Joseph is a pioneer member of this society, and he has really done so much to make the society where it is. So we don't take it for granted. Your sacrifice and commitment to the society is well appreciated. He's also a father and a married man who loves golf. So those who love golf, you know, work without play makes Joseph. So, yeah, he's a chairperson in golf, but totally golf, I don't know. So, in that case, I would like to. So, what I wanted to say is tomorrow, I've been told to remind you that I'm going to be the timekeeper. We are supposed to be here latest 8:30. We have a backlog. Look at your, what is this one? Agenda program. So we have a backlog which we have to first complete. That backlog reads lecture, toxicity testing, acute toxicity. So we have a lot of work to do. And I do believe we are all here because we want. So let's come early such that we can clear part of the backlog, and if possible, we complete also the tomorrow's activities. So it's my humble prayer that the last person should come here at 8:30, such that we use the 30 minutes to first clear this. By 9 we proceed. I hope that is fine. Anyone who is opposing it wants to come at 10, let us know. If you have any challenges, the chairperson organizing committee will look into it. But it's our humble request that we are here by 8:30. On that note, therefore, I'm going to request 2 people tomorrow when we come at 8:30 to do a recap of what we have done today in the lecture. And I don't want to ambush people tomorrow. There's that gentleman, Muhoz, Brian. He will represent all of the men. I'm looking for a lady this side. Madam, here. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. But yes. She will recap and represent all the ladies who have been in the house about what has transpired. Everybody will be given 5 minutes to do a pitch of what has happened. I say all this for God and my country, and I welcome you to an evening tea. But I'm not, please, sir, come and welcome your visitors to the evening tea. It may not even have arrived. So, but if it has arrived, well and good. Engineer Anki, you are most welcome. Yes, she has done a lot. She's the one. Actually, we are proud of you, Engineer Anki. She always talks to us. Rukararwe, she knows to speak some Luganda, isn't it? Very little. So she's an enthusiast of natural medicines, and we are really very proud to have you. Thank you so much for making Farm Biotrack. You see, this, let me use 1 minute again. You said that in Africa, when you marry, you have to produce. So Farm Biotrack gave rise to Westema University. myself and Mr. Chimba Kennedy is there. Mr. Chimba, stand up for recognition. Is the gentleman behind TASCOV and so on. We started from here, and now we have become independent. And maybe Kaval will also become Kata. So we don't forget where Professor Ogwang was one of our people who started us, and Engineer Ank. So we are very proud for what Mbarara has done, the legacy, to give the way. You know, pioneers are very, very, I remember I used to teach biology and I talk about pioneer species. They withstand a lot of harsh conditions and make it very easy for others to come and just enjoy. Yeah? Sometimes even they fail the first time, but eventually they establish themselves. So you really did very good to make actually traditional and complementary medicine. And the breakthrough of COVID-19, you know, there is a lot of talk about COVID, but it has changed the tragedy. We are not going to go back. And that's what God does. We are not going to go back. And we are just going to thrive on that momentum to make Uganda the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. I think you did a wonderful job, isn't it? Let's give a hand clap. When I was taken up for that activity which was going on, I knew I was leaving you in good hands, and he did that. I want to summarize what he has just said. He said, tough conditions create tough men. Isn't it? So if you want to go the easy way, just know that you're going to be that easy one, and you can't survive. And I'm very sure that each of us wants to survive, isn't it? So let us learn from first principle and do what is right. Okay, I want to thank each and everyone. Today we started very late. It's a Monday. It's a day that people are taking their children back to school. There is always a lot of disorganization on a day of this kind. Not any other Monday, but this Monday of today, when children are reporting back to school. So for whatever that happened, which made us start this very late, please, we apologize. We promise that the other days are going to be well organized. There are many other people who should have been here. There are people who are being sponsored by USAID. You people are aware of what has happened. I have seen emails saying, you know, the money has been cut now, we can't be able to come and keep up ourselves there for 1 week. That's what it is. And so the reason as to why we are here, as we said in the morning, is first of all to decolonize our minds and be able to wean ourselves from dependence on such kind of things. Okay, so that we are able to put money on our own and be able to do our things, isn't it? So please, as I said in the morning, don't forget that you are here for a purpose. And that purpose people want to see back home. I always tell my students, especially those who are coming back for masters, I tell them, you see, now that you've come back for masters, or even if you have grading, there are people who come for bachelor's degrees after their diplomas, isn't it? Don't go back and people are seeing you the same like you came. Because the question they're asking is, what is it that has changed about you after going for further training? But if nothing has changed, you don't encourage anyone to go for the same training, because I say, even if you go there, they come back the way they are not even better than us. Please, that is not what should happen. So, as you go back home over these 5 days, if you have not thought about that, people are going to be asking you, what is it that has changed about you for this time that you have been here? How are you going to speak? What new things are you going to take? And this is just the beginning, by the way. We are going to follow up each and everyone who has attended this training. Hands-on training are going to come in. Now, for this time, we have not been able to provide a lot of logistics. But for the hands-on training, we cannot be able to bring as many people as we had planned for this training. Because those are lab works, isn't it? Those one needs few people. So we shall say, for those who have come from this institution, please send us a few who are interested in this specific area. As Sam was mentioning, he was saying, we see so many there are different areas of specialties in toxicology, forensic, environmental, whatever, isn't it? So if we have a training in a specific area, we'll say, we have training in this specific area. Send us teams who are interested in this. The training may not necessarily be at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We are going to look for where we can be able to do it. We've just been from a meeting, myself and Anki were there with the team from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations. There are places where the equipment that has different capacities. So as a group, we are able to negotiate with them and say, we have a training. We are going to fund ourselves. We have this number of people. We want to bring them to that place. When we skill them, these are going to be resources for Uganda, isn't it? And we'll say, can you give us the permission to go that place? So when you see a call, it is because we are planning for it. And we are planning for who? We are planning for people like you who have been here. Because we are not going to get someone who has not got the basics of what we are talking here. Because when we get there, it is hands-on, no time for this. If it is mutagenicity testing, we are going to the lab. Do you really understand it? If it is teratogenicity, we are going to the lab where we are going to do it. Whatever we want to do in aspects of risk assessment is going to be a follow-up, okay? So we are going to design another paper that is going to pass by, and you'll tell us your areas of interest. If you're into everything, then you have nothing. Yeah, I am telling you. We need to intentionally create people who are specialized. And please begin asking yourself, what is it that you want to specialize in? I'm sorry for the word I'm going to say now. I always tell people, when you are going to marry, my master's students are here, I've told them in a class. When you are going to marry, please don't look at the face. Because the face may be very handsome, it may be very, very beautiful. That is not what you need in marriage. It may be just one thing. Tomorrow I get an accident, my face has changed. Isn't it? If it is my shape, it is because I have not been exposed to certain kind of foods and I begin to like them. I will eat and my shape will change. You will not see it again. But my character is very important. Please, character. That is what you live with, even when my face changes, even what things change. So ask yourself, while you want to specialize in that area, what is it that you're interested in that you'll contribute for your country and for your people? Is that okay? Well, so I'm really excited that you people have made it here today, and we are very, very grateful. As Sam said, let's meet tomorrow early enough so that we're able to do this. And I want to thank the facilitators. They reached here at 4 in the morning. They reached at 8 at the airport, driven all through the night. At 4 they were here. And they have been able to train us through this. What a commitment. A lot of commitment. Whatever we are going to eat, whatever is making it possible for us to be here, they funded it. It is not Trump's money. Yes. This is Nigerian money. So ask yourself, for what reason should Nigeria be able to spend money to come and train some Ugandans if they don't love you? There are people who come to your place not because of they love you, it's because of what they want to take. But our fellow brothers and sisters from Nigeria have sacrificed something for us. Let us be proud of that. Let's take the best use of it, and let us make them proud for the sacrifice that they have made. Thank you, each and everyone. Let us have a wonderful night. I pray that God lead you safely to wherever each of you is staying, and bring us safely here again tomorrow so that we continue this wonderful discussion. May God bless you all. Oh, tea.